Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
Imagine a life where you're no longer working just to make ends meet, but instead building real, lasting wealth. Wealth that brings you freedom, fulfillment, and impact. These aren't just any money rules. These are the strategies that took me from struggling paycheck to paycheck to questioning the very meaning of money. But here's the twist. Most people think building wealth is just about making more money. Yet nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, following conventional advice almost held me back. I learned the hard way that true wealth requires a mindset shift, a set of rules that goes against what most people believe. I'm talking about principles that not only grow your bank account, but free you from financial stress and open doors to opportunities you never imagined. If you're tired of just getting by and want to discover the unconventional rules that could transform your financial future, keep watching. So, what's different about these 20 rules? Unlike typical money tips, each of these strategies has been tested in real-life challenges, from saving during lean times to making high-stakes investments. I'll break down each rule in a way that's simple, relatable, and powerful. So by the end, you'll have a roadmap to wealth that doesn't just promise financial gain, but also gives you the peace of mind and purpose that come with true financial freedom. Ready to see the first step? Let's dive in. 1. Avoid lifestyle creep. One of the hardest things to avoid once you start making decent money is the urge to upgrade your lifestyle. I remember early in my career when I got my first big paycheck, the temptation to buy a nicer car or move into a swankier apartment was overwhelming. After all, I had worked hard to get here, so why not reward myself, right? But I quickly realized that this thinking was a trap. I'd heard it called lifestyle creep before, and now it made sense. My spending would just keep growing with every raise or promotion if I wasn't careful. At first, it felt restrictive to hold back. I wanted to enjoy my success and share it with friends and family. But over time, I found more meaning in staying grounded and reinvesting that extra money in ways that would pay off down the road. Instead of buying that new BMW, I put the money toward a side business I'd always wanted to start. And you know what? That business ended up creating even more financial security for me in the future. The funny thing is, delaying those instant gratifications taught me something even more valuable than financial discipline. It taught me patience. I became someone who could look beyond the immediate reward for something bigger and better in the future. Today, I still live below my means, which lets me keep building a secure future while also freeing me from the pressure of keeping up with anyone else. I've realized that true wealth isn't about flashy things. It's about having peace of mind, financial security, and the freedom to make choices without being chained to a lifestyle I can't maintain. 2. Master emotional control. Learning to control my emotions, especially with money, was one of the toughest but most rewarding lessons. I can remember countless times I acted impulsively, buying things because I was stressed or investing in something because everyone else was doing it. But as I look back, I see that the times I stayed calm and rational with my decisions were the times I made the best choices. Emotions, whether it's excitement, fear, or impatience, can cloud judgment and lead to decisions we later regret. For instance, there was a period when the stock market was doing really well, and I felt this intense pressure to jump in on some high-risk stocks that everyone was talking about. I didn't even research them. I just dove in because I didn't want to miss out. When the market took a downturn, I panicked and pulled out, losing quite a bit. That was a wake-up call. I realized that if I was going to make smart financial decisions, I needed to separate my emotions from the process. Now, I take a step back any time I feel those emotions creeping up. I remind myself that wealth building is a marathon, not a sprint. I make it a point to do my research and approach every decision with patience and clarity. Practicing emotional control has saved me from repeating the same mistakes and allowed me to make decisions that align with my long-term goals, not just temporary feelings. 3. Protect your assets. The concept of protecting my assets didn't mean much to me in the early days. Back then, I thought building wealth was just about making money, but after seeing some close calls, unexpected expenses, family emergencies, even an economic downturn, I realized that protecting what I already had was just as important as growing it. I remember one incident when a medical emergency hit my family. Without proper insurance and savings, I would have been in serious financial trouble. That's when I understood the value of having a safety net. Insurance, emergency funds, and legal protections aren't just for big wealth. They're essential for anyone who wants to be financially secure. Today, I make sure I have coverage in the right areas: health, home, and car, and a solid emergency fund. I also explored setting up a legal framework to protect my assets, like putting certain investments in trusts. These steps help me feel secure and prepared for life's curveballs. Protecting my assets has given me peace of mind, knowing that no matter what happens, I'm prepared to handle it without risking my financial foundation. 4. Think long-term. When I first started working, my focus was entirely on short-term goals, monthly expenses, upcoming trips, a new gadget I wanted. But as I matured, I realized that if I wanted to build lasting wealth, I had to start thinking long-term. I remember someone telling me, the best time to start investing was yesterday. The second best time is today. That phrase stuck with me and changed my approach to money. One of the first things I did was start a retirement fund. It felt odd, thinking about retirement while I was still young, but I began to understand that wealth grows with time. The earlier I started, the more it would compound. I set up automated contributions to a retirement account, and over the years, I've watched it grow, little by little. Now, instead of chasing quick wins, I focus on investments that will benefit me 10, 20, or even 30 years down the line. Thinking long-term has helped me feel secure in my financial choices and taught me patience. It's about planting seeds today that will grow into something meaningful in the future. Instead of spending every dollar now, I know I'm working toward a bigger goal that will pay off and sustain me in years to come. 5. Assign your priorities. For a long time, I struggled with saying no to opportunities. Every new project, every investment, every business idea seemed like a great chance to make money. But I quickly realized that spreading myself too thin was counterproductive. The more I said yes to everything, the less time and energy I had for the things that truly mattered. One of the biggest breakthroughs for me was learning to assign my priorities and focus on what I did best. I asked myself, What am I genuinely good at? Where do my strengths lie? I identified my core skills and interests, and I decided to build around those. Instead of jumping at every opportunity, I committed to becoming exceptional at one thing. I learned that by becoming best in class in one area, I could unlock more opportunities than if I dabbled in many. It wasn't easy at first. There was always that fear of missing out. But I soon discovered that my focus and dedication brought me more success. I didn't just build wealth, I built expertise and a reputation in my field. By prioritizing, I became the go-to person for specific projects, and my financial growth followed. Now, I approach every new opportunity by asking, does this align with my priorities? It's given me clarity, direction, and a much more intentional path to wealth. 6. Minimize borrowing. There was a time when I thought borrowing money was normal, even necessary, for making big purchases. I remember buying my first set of furniture with financing. It seemed harmless, no payments for a year, low interest, but over time, I ended up paying far more than the actual value of the furniture. That's when I realized that borrowing for things that don't generate income is a slippery slope. After that, I started being more mindful about when and why I borrowed. I learned that there's good debt and bad debt. Borrowing to buy a new car or splurge on a vacation falls under bad debt because it drains my income without giving anything back. But borrowing to invest in skills or a business or even real estate is different. Those are assets that, if managed well, could pay back the loan and more. Nowadays, I follow a simple rule. If I can't afford it up front, I wait or work until I can. I make exceptions only for investments that improve my earning power or generate passive income. It's not always easy to hold back, but minimizing borrowing has freed me from debt anxiety. I don't owe anyone, and I'm not tied down by monthly payments. This approach has given me peace of mind, more control over my finances, and the freedom to make decisions based on my goals, not debt obligations. 7. Spend less than you make. This rule seems so basic, but it's one of the most powerful. I used to think that if I could just make more money, all my problems would be solved. But after a few years of making more money, I found myself still struggling to save anything substantial. Why? Because my spending habits had grown with my income. I wasn't spending wildly, but I also wasn't saving or investing as much as I could have. It took me a while to realize that it's not about how much I earn, it's about how much I keep. Once I accepted that, I started setting a monthly budget. I decided to live on a set percentage of my income and save or invest the rest. This one decision changed everything. Suddenly, I had extra money each month, and it felt empowering. I could use it to grow my emergency fund, invest in stocks, or put it into a side business. Now, I stick to the habit of spending less than I make, even when my income goes up. I've learned that true wealth doesn't come from earning a huge salary. It comes from consistently saving, investing, and living below my means. This approach has allowed me to build a safety net and work towards financial independence without feeling like I'm constantly chasing the next paycheck. 8. Have a ripcord budget. The idea of a ripcord budget might sound intense, but it's essentially an emergency plan for my finances. This was something I never thought I needed until I faced a sudden job loss early in my career. I had no backup plan and was living paycheck to paycheck, so losing my income was a huge wake-up call. I realized that if I wanted financial security, I needed to be prepared for the unexpected. Now, I keep at least 6 months of living expenses in a separate savings account just for emergencies. This buffer has been a game changer for me. Knowing that I have that safety net means I don't have to panic or make rush decisions if something goes wrong, like a sudden job change, a health emergency, or an unexpected expense. It gives me the confidence to take calculated risks, knowing I have a cushion to fall back on. Having a ripcord budget isn't about expecting the worst. It's about being prepared for whatever life throws my way. It gives me peace of mind and allows me to focus on building wealth, rather than constantly worrying about financial surprises. This safety net has kept me grounded through ups and downs, allowing me to make decisions based on long-term goals, not short-term fears. 9. Create multiple income streams. I used to rely solely on my job for income, believing that if I worked hard, I'd always have financial security. But after experiencing layoffs and economic downturns, I realized that putting all my eggs in one basket was risky. I needed more than one source of income to feel truly secure and financially free. That's when I started exploring other income streams. I began with small steps, investing in the stock market, starting a side business, and exploring real estate. Each new source of income took effort and patience, but it paid off over time. Today I have several streams of income, and the sense of security it gives me is invaluable. If one stream slows down, I'm not left scrambling because I have others to rely on. Creating multiple income streams has taught me the power of diversification. It's allowed me to take on new opportunities without worrying that a single setback will derail my financial progress. Building these streams took time and a willingness to try new things, but the freedom and peace of mind they provide are worth every effort. I no longer feel like my financial security hinges on one paycheck, and that's an empowering feeling. 10. Build a personal P&L. For a long time, I thought a profit and loss P&L statement was just for businesses, but then a friend who was financially savvy suggested I apply the same concept to my personal finances. At first it sounded like overkill, but the more I thought about it, the more it made sense. If I wanted to grow my wealth, I needed to have a clear understanding of what was coming in, what was going out, and what I was left with. So, I sat down and started tracking my income and expenses, just like a business would. I categorized my spending, set monthly goals, and calculated my profit, savings, at the end of each month. This process gave me a whole new level of clarity about my finances. I could see where I was overspending and where I could cut back. I also started setting specific savings and investment targets, which helped me stay accountable. Now, managing my finances with a personal P&L has become second nature. It's empowering to see my profits grow and to know exactly where I stand financially. This practice has helped me make better financial decisions, stay on top of my goals, and build a stronger foundation for wealth. Treating my finances like a business has been one of the most effective strategies for building long-term financial security. 11. Leverage compounding. When I first learned about the power of compounding, it felt almost magical. I'd always known that saving money was important, but it wasn't until I understood how compound interest works that I realized how powerful it could be. The idea that my money could grow exponentially just by being invested over time changed my whole approach to wealth building. I remember opening my first retirement account and starting with small, regular contributions. At first, the growth was slow, and I barely noticed a difference. But as the years went by, I started to see the compounding effect. My interest was earning interest, and that interest was growing on itself. Suddenly, what seemed like a modest investment was turning into something much larger. Now, I prioritize investing early and consistently. I contribute to my retirement account, my brokerage accounts, and other investments with a long-term perspective. I've learned that the earlier I start, the more time my money has to grow. Compounding has taught me patience and discipline. It's about playing the long game and letting time work in my favor. Looking at my growing investments today, I'm grateful that I committed to this approach early on. Compounding has shown me that small, steady contributions can lead to substantial wealth over time. It's one of the most powerful tools for building financial security, and it's as simple as starting early and staying consistent. 12. Define your why. For a while I thought building wealth was just about making more money, but as I worked harder and achieved more, I found myself wondering why I was doing it all. What was the point if I wasn't clear on what I wanted out of life? That's when I realized I needed a why, a purpose behind my goals that would drive me and keep me focused. I took time to reflect on what mattered most to me. I realized that my ultimate goal wasn't just financial freedom, but the freedom to spend time with family, pursue passions, and help others. My why became about creating a life where I didn't have to worry about money, so I could focus on the things that truly mattered to me. Knowing this changed everything. It wasn't just about accumulating wealth. It was about what that wealth would allow me to do. Today, whenever I feel unmotivated or frustrated, I go back to my why. It reminds me why I started this journey in the first place. Having a clear purpose has made every step more meaningful, and it helps me make financial decisions that align with my true goals. Defining my why has transformed wealth building from a task into a passion, because now every dollar I save or invest brings me closer to a life that fulfills me. 13. Money is a tool, not the goal. For years I made the mistake of thinking that money itself was the goal. I believed that if I just had enough money, I'd be happy and fulfilled. But after reaching a certain financial milestone, I found myself wondering, what's next? I had the money, but I still felt like something was missing. That's when I learned that money is a tool, not the goal. Money, I realized, is a means to an end. It can buy freedom, security, and the ability to pursue passions, but it doesn't define happiness or fulfillment. This shift in mindset changed how I approached my finances. Instead of obsessing over how much I had, I started focusing on what I could do with it. Could it allow me to spend more time with loved ones? Could it fund a project I'm passionate about? Could it give me peace of mind? Now, I see money as a resource to design the life I want. This perspective has made wealth building more rewarding because I'm not just accumulating money for the sake of it. I'm using it to create value in my life and in the lives of others. Understanding that money is a tool has freed me from financial stress and helped me focus on what truly matters. 14. Network is your net worth. Early in my career, I underestimated the power of a strong network. I thought that success was just about hard work and skills, but over time, I realized that the people I surrounded myself with were just as important. One of my mentors once told me, "You're the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with." And it struck a chord. I realized that if I wanted to grow, I needed to be around people who were also striving for success. Building a strong network has been transformative. I've met people who not only inspire me, but also challenge me to be better. My network has opened doors to opportunities I never would have found on my own, from new business ventures to investment tips to personal growth. Surrounding myself with driven, like-minded individuals has pushed me to aim higher and stay focused. Today, I make an effort to nurture my relationships and seek out connections with people who share my values and goals. I've learned that networking isn't just about knowing a lot of people. It's about building meaningful relationships that uplift and support each other. My network has become one of my most valuable assets, and I'm grateful for the doors it has opened and the growth it has inspired. 15. High tides rise all boats. I used to think that wealth building was a solo journey, but over time I realized that helping others succeed has been just as important as my own growth. I remember a time when I hesitated to train a colleague because I worried they might surpass me or leave. But then I heard a quote that changed my mindset. What if you don't train them and they stay? That's when I started embracing the idea that high tides rise all boats. If I can help the people around me grow, it creates a better environment for all of us. I've found that when I invest in others, whether by sharing knowledge, offering guidance, or supporting their goals, it comes back to me in unexpected ways. Their success doesn't take away from mine, it adds to it. Now, I approach wealth building with a team mindset. I support my peers, colleagues, and even friends in their pursuits, because I know that when they succeed, we all benefit. This mindset shift has not only strengthened my relationships, but also created a sense of community and shared success. Helping others reach their potential has been deeply rewarding and has added a new dimension to my own journey. 16. Invest in knowledge. One of the best decisions I made was to prioritize learning and personal development. Early in my career, I didn't see the value in spending money on courses, books, or seminars. I thought I already knew enough to succeed. But as I started seeing successful people around me, I realized that they all had one thing in common. They invested in knowledge. They were constantly learning, expanding their skills, and growing their expertise. The first time I spent money on a course, I hesitated. It felt like a lot, and I worried it might not pay off. But that course ended up teaching me skills that made me more valuable in my career. It opened doors I hadn't even considered before. I started reading books on finance, business, and personal development, and each one gave me new insights that helped me make better decisions. Now, I make it a point to set aside a portion of my income for learning. I see it as an investment in myself, one that continues to pay off in ways I never imagined. Every book, course, or seminar adds to my skill set and makes me a better decision maker. Investing in knowledge has been one of the most valuable steps in my wealth building journey, and it's something I plan to keep doing for life. 17. Analyze risk-return ratios. For a long time I thought all investments were the same. Either they were good or bad. But over time I realized that each opportunity has its own risk and return profile, and understanding these ratios is key to making smart financial decisions. I remember one time I invested in a business idea without really evaluating the risks. I was caught up in the potential returns and didn't see the red flags. That investment didn't pan out, and I lost money. Since then, I've learned to approach every investment with a clear-eyed view of its risk-return ratio. I ask myself, what's the worst-case scenario, and am I prepared for it? I also consider the potential upside and whether it justifies the risk. Some investments, like stocks, offer high returns but come with higher risk, while others, like real estate, might offer moderate returns with lower risk. I've found that balancing these is key to building wealth without unnecessary stress. Now, I take time to analyze each investment carefully. I place my opportunities on a mental grid of high risk, high return to low risk, low return, and I choose based on my goals and tolerance. Understanding risk-return ratios has made me more strategic and helped me avoid impulsive decisions. It's given me the confidence to grow my wealth without taking on risks I'm not comfortable with. 18. Don't fear money. For a long time I had mixed feelings about money. I grew up hearing things like, money is the root of all evil, or rich people are greedy. These beliefs made me hesitant to pursue wealth, even though I wanted financial security. I found myself self-sabotaging, passing up opportunities, or feeling guilty whenever I earned more. It took me a while to realize that my relationship with money needed a serious shift. I started reading about money mindset, and one idea resonated with me. Money itself is neutral. It's how we use it that matters. That simple realization changed everything for me. I began to see money as a tool for good, a way to provide for my family, help others, and achieve my dreams. I stopped fearing money and started inviting it into my life with a positive mindset. Now, I see wealth as something that can amplify my values and purpose. I focus on creating a healthy, abundant relationship with money, free from guilt or negative beliefs. This shift has allowed me to grow my wealth without the mental blocks I used to have. Embracing money with a positive mindset has been a game changer, and I'm grateful every day for the freedom and opportunities it brings. 19. Pay yourself first. For years, I lived by the pay everyone else first mentality. Bills, obligations, even favors for friends, all of it came before my own financial needs. The problem was, by the time I got around to myself, there was rarely anything left. It felt like I was working hard, but getting nowhere financially. Then, I read about the concept of paying yourself first, and it clicked. I decided to make a simple change. Every time I got paid, I'd put a percentage into savings or investments before anything else. At first, it felt strange, like I was breaking some unspoken rule. But over time, it became a habit. By putting myself first, I started building a small but growing safety net. I began to feel more secure, knowing I was making progress toward my financial goals, no matter what else was going on. Now, paying myself first is a non-negotiable part of my budget. It's one of the most empowering habits I've developed, and it's helped me build real wealth. I no longer feel like I'm just working to make ends meet. I'm working to create a better future for myself. This habit has taught me the importance of prioritizing my own financial well-being and has given me the confidence to continue building my wealth. 20. Give to get. I used to think that giving away money was counterproductive to building wealth. After all, shouldn't I be saving and investing every penny to reach my goals faster? But over the years, I've realized that giving can actually be a powerful tool in wealth building. I remember the first time I donated a significant amount to a cause I cared about. It wasn't a huge amount, but it felt impactful, and the gratitude I received made me feel like I was part of something bigger. Since then, I've made giving a regular part of my financial plan. Whether it's supporting charities, helping out a friend in need, or even giving my time to volunteer, I've found that giving enriches my life in ways that go beyond money. It brings a sense of purpose and connection, and it reminds me of why I'm building wealth in the first place, to make a positive impact. Interestingly, the more I give, the more opportunities seem to come my way. I don't know if it's karma, good energy, or just the power of generosity, but giving has opened doors and brought incredible people into my life. I've learned that wealth isn't just about what I accumulate, it's about what I contribute. Giving to get has become one of my most fulfilling principles, and it's one I plan to keep practicing as I continue my journey. Now that you've heard the 20 rules that transformed my financial life, it's your turn to put them into action. Remember, building wealth isn't about quick wins. It's about consistent, smart decisions that lead to long-term freedom. I hope these rules not only inspire you, but also give you practical steps to start creating the financial future you want. If you found value in this video, please give it a thumbs up. It really helps the channel reach more people. Don't forget to subscribe for more insights and strategies on building wealth, finding purpose, and living a fulfilling life. And, of course, I'd love to hear from you. Drop a comment below with your thoughts, questions, or the rule that resonated with you the most. Let's start a conversation and help each other grow. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
Imagine waking up each morning with a profound sense of purpose, navigating life's challenges with unshakable resilience, and finding peace amidst chaos. What if the secret to such a life lies in the wisdom of a Roman emperor? Marcus Aurelius, one of the most revered Stoic philosophers, left behind timeless advice that has guided individuals through centuries. His insights, carved out of his meditations during the twilight of the Roman Empire, hold the key to a more fulfilling and meaningful existence. In the hustle and bustle of our modern world, we often lose sight of the principles that can ground us. Marcus Aurelius's wisdom offers a beacon of light, reminding us of what truly matters. Each piece of advice is a gem, crafted to help us live with greater clarity, purpose, and inner peace. Join me as we delve into 12 powerful lessons from Marcus Aurelius, lessons that can transform your life. From embracing adversity to practicing mindfulness, these principles will equip you with the tools to face any challenge and thrive in every aspect of your life. Let's embark on this journey of Stoic wisdom and uncover the profound impact it can have on our daily lives. Number 1, live in accordance with nature. Imagine the tranquility of a river flowing effortlessly through the landscape, or a tree growing steadily towards the sky. This harmony with nature is what Marcus Aurelius urges us to emulate in our own lives. To live in accordance with nature means to accept the natural flow of events, understanding that everything happens for a reason. It is about recognizing the interconnectedness of all things and aligning our actions with the greater order of the universe. By resisting this natural order, we invite unnecessary suffering. When we fight against what is, we create turmoil within ourselves. Instead, we should strive to understand our place in the world and work in harmony with it. This doesn't mean passivity, rather it calls for active participation in life with a deep sense of acceptance and purpose. Embrace the events of your life, both good and bad, as necessary parts of your journey. Accepting the ebb and flow of life brings a sense of peace and resilience. It allows you to respond to challenges with grace and to appreciate the beauty of existence in all its forms. By living in accordance with nature, you cultivate inner tranquility and wisdom, navigating life with a steady and calm mind. Number 2, control your perceptions. Everything we hear is an opinion, not a fact. Everything we see is a perspective, not the truth. These words from Marcus Aurelius remind us that our perceptions shape our reality. It is not the events themselves that disturb us, but our judgments about them. To live a Stoic life is to master the art of controlling our perceptions. When faced with adversity, our initial reaction is often emotional and impulsive. We allow our judgments to cloud our vision, leading to unnecessary distress. Instead, we should strive to pause, reflect, and see things as they truly are. This practice helps in maintaining a clear and objective mind, free from the turmoil of unfounded fears and anxieties. Imagine a stormy sea. If you're tossed around by every wave, you will never find peace. But if you learn to navigate through the storm, you will find calm, even amidst chaos. Similarly, by controlling your perceptions, you remain centered regardless of external circumstances. You become the master of your mind, capable of choosing responses that align with wisdom and virtue. Remember, your mind is a powerful tool. Use it to shape a reality that reflects calmness, strength, and resilience. By controlling your perceptions, you reclaim your power and move through life with grace and fortitude. Number 3, practice mindfulness. Mindfulness is the art of being fully present in the moment. It is about engaging with the here and now without being distracted by the past or the future. Marcus Aurelius emphasizes the importance of this practice, urging us to focus on what we are doing and give it our full attention. In our fast-paced world, it's easy to get caught up in a whirlwind of thoughts and activities. We often find ourselves multitasking, spreading our attention thin and missing out on the richness of the present moment. Mindfulness calls us back to the simplicity and clarity of focusing on one thing at a time. When you're mindful, you bring a deep sense of awareness to your actions. Whether it's a mundane task or a significant endeavor, you approach it with the same level of attention and care. This not only enhances the quality of your work, but also fosters a sense of fulfillment and peace. Consider a craftsman who pours his heart into his creation, fully immersed in the process. His dedication transforms the ordinary into the extraordinary. Similarly, by practicing mindfulness, you elevate your daily experiences, finding joy and meaning in each moment. Embrace mindfulness as a way to connect deeply with your life, cultivating a presence that is both serene and powerful. Number 4, accept impermanence. Impermanence is a fundamental truth of life that Marcus Aurelius urges us to accept. Everything in existence, including our own lives, is temporary. This realization can be both sobering and liberating. By accepting impermanence, we reduce our attachment to things and people, and in doing so, we minimize suffering. Imagine holding sand in your hand. The tighter you grasp, the more it slips away. But if you hold it gently, you can appreciate its presence without the fear of losing it. Similarly, by accepting the transient nature of life, you learn to cherish each moment without clinging to it. This acceptance doesn't mean indifference. On the contrary, it deepens your appreciation for the present and the people around you. You become more compassionate, understanding that everyone is on their own unique journey, subject to the same impermanence. You also become more resilient, knowing that challenges and hardships are temporary and will pass. By embracing impermanence, you free yourself from the chains of fear and attachment. You learn to live more fully, appreciating the beauty and fragility of life. This wisdom allows you to navigate life's ups and downs with grace, finding peace in the ever-changing flow of existence. Number 5, be virtuous. At the heart of Marcus Aurelius' philosophy is the cultivation of virtue. Wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance are the cornerstones of a good life. These virtues are not just moral guidelines, but practical tools for navigating the complexities of existence. Wisdom involves the pursuit of knowledge and understanding. It is about seeking the truth and making informed decisions. Courage is the strength to face adversity and take action, even when it is difficult. Justice is about treating others fairly and with respect, recognizing the inherent value in every person. Temperance is the practice of self-control, balancing desires and impulses to maintain harmony. Living a virtuous life requires constant effort and reflection. It is a commitment to growth and integrity, striving to align your actions with your highest values. This path is not always easy, but it is profoundly rewarding. Consider the impact of these virtues on your daily life. Wisdom guides your choices. Courage propels you forward. Justice fosters meaningful relationships. And temperance keeps you grounded. By embodying these principles, you become a source of strength and inspiration to others, creating a ripple effect of goodness in the world. Number 6, work for the common good. Marcus Aurelius reminds us that we are all part of a larger community. Our actions have an impact beyond ourselves, and we have a responsibility to contribute to the common good. This sense of duty transcends self-interest, calling us to act with compassion and generosity. Imagine a beehive where each bee works tirelessly not just for its own benefit, but for the survival and prosperity of the entire colony. Similarly, we should strive to support and uplift those around us. This can be through small acts of kindness, volunteering, or simply being a reliable and considerate person. Working for the common good creates a sense of purpose and fulfillment. It connects us to others, fostering a sense of belonging and mutual respect. It also cultivates a sense of humility as we recognize that we are part of something greater than ourselves. By prioritizing the well-being of others, you enrich your own life. You develop deeper relationships, experience the joy of making a difference, and contribute to a more compassionate and just world. Embrace this Stoic principle and let it guide your actions, creating a legacy of goodness that extends far beyond your own life. Number 7, embrace adversity. Adversity is an inevitable part of life, but Marcus Aurelius teaches us to view it as an opportunity for growth. Challenges and obstacles are not merely setbacks, but valuable lessons that strengthen our character and resilience. Consider the process of forging steel. It must endure intense heat and pressure to become strong and durable. Similarly, adversity can forge our inner strength, helping us to develop qualities like patience, perseverance, and wisdom. Each challenge faced and overcome makes us more robust and capable. When confronted with difficulties, it's natural to feel disheartened. But instead of succumbing to despair, we can choose to see adversity as a chance to prove our mettle. This shift in perspective transforms obstacles into stepping stones, leading us to greater heights. Embracing adversity also builds resilience, enabling us to bounce back from setbacks with greater ease. We learn to adapt, to find solutions, and to remain steadfast in our pursuits. This resilience not only benefits us, but also inspires those around us, showing them that strength and growth are possible even in the face of hardship. Adopt a Stoic approach to adversity, viewing it as a teacher and ally. By doing so, you cultivate a mindset of strength and optimism, ready to face life's challenges with courage and grace. Number 8, simplify your life. In a world filled with distractions and complexities, Marcus Aurelius advises us to simplify our lives. This means focusing on what truly matters and eliminating the unnecessary. Simplicity brings clarity, peace, and a deeper sense of fulfillment. Think of a cluttered room. It's hard to find what you need, and the mess creates stress. But when you declutter, everything becomes more accessible and the space feels more serene. Similarly, simplifying your life allows you to concentrate on your core values and goals, reducing stress and enhancing your overall well-being. To simplify, start by identifying what is essential, what brings you joy and purpose, what aligns with your values and long-term aspirations. Focus on these aspects and let go of the rest. This might involve decluttering your physical space, setting boundaries in your relationships, or streamlining your daily routines. Simplicity also means being mindful of how you spend your time and energy. Avoid overcommitting and learn to say no to things that don't serve your higher purpose. This creates space for what truly matters, allowing you to live more intentionally and authentically. By embracing simplicity, you free yourself from the chaos of modern life. You create a life that is rich in meaning, where you can focus on personal growth, relationships, and the pursuit of your true passions. Simplify and discover the profound peace that comes from living a life aligned with your values. Number 9, practice gratitude. Gratitude is a powerful practice that Marcus Aurelius encourages us to cultivate. By regularly reminding ourselves of the things we are grateful for, we shift our focus from what is lacking to what is abundant in our lives. This simple yet profound shift can transform our outlook and enhance our well-being. Imagine starting each day by acknowledging the things you are thankful for. It could be the warmth of the sun, the support of a loved one, or the opportunity to pursue your passions. This practice of gratitude helps you to see the positives, even in challenging times, and fosters a sense of contentment. Gratitude also deepens our connections with others. When we express appreciation, we strengthen our relationships and create a positive ripple effect. People feel valued and recognized, leading to more harmonious and supportive interactions. Moreover, gratitude nurtures resilience. In moments of adversity, focusing on what we are grateful for can provide comfort and perspective. It reminds us of our strengths and the resources we have to overcome difficulties. Incorporate gratitude into your daily routine. Keep a gratitude journal, share your appreciation with others, or simply take a moment each day to reflect on your blessings. By doing so, you cultivate a mindset of abundance and positivity, enriching your life and the lives of those around you. Number 10, maintain self-discipline. Self-discipline is the cornerstone of a Stoic life. Marcus Aurelius teaches us that controlling our impulses and desires is essential for achieving true freedom and living a virtuous life. Self-discipline is not about harsh self-denial, but about making conscious choices that align with our values and long-term goals. Consider the power of self-discipline in shaping your life. It enables you to stay focused on your priorities, resist distractions, and overcome procrastination. It helps you to develop healthy habits, whether it's through regular exercise, mindful eating, or consistent study. These habits build a foundation for a fulfilling and productive life. Self-discipline also enhances your emotional resilience. By learning to control your reactions, you navigate challenges with a calm and steady mind. You become less swayed by fleeting emotions and more anchored in your principles. Imagine a disciplined artist who practices daily, honing their craft with dedication. Their discipline leads to mastery and fulfillment. Similarly, by cultivating self-discipline, you unlock your potential and achieve greater heights in your personal and professional life. Embrace self-discipline as a tool for empowerment. Set clear goals, establish routines, and hold yourself accountable. By doing so, you create a life of purpose and integrity, guided by your highest values and aspirations. Number 11, accept criticism gracefully. Criticism is an inevitable part of life, but how we respond to it can define our growth and character. Marcus Aurelius advises us to accept criticism gracefully, viewing it as a tool for self-improvement rather than a personal attack. When faced with criticism, our initial reaction might be defensiveness or hurt. However, by adopting a Stoic perspective, we can see criticism as an opportunity to learn and grow. It requires humility to acknowledge that we're not perfect and that others can offer valuable insights into our actions and behaviors. Consider the example of a seasoned craftsman. When his work is critiqued, he listens attentively, eager to refine his skills. He understands that constructive feedback is a gift that can help him achieve excellence. Similarly, we should approach criticism with an open mind, discerning its validity and applying it where it can benefit us. Accepting criticism gracefully also strengthens our relationships. It shows that we are willing to listen, learn, and grow, fostering mutual respect and understanding. It demonstrates emotional maturity and a commitment to personal development. Embrace criticism as a path to self-improvement. Listen without judgment. Reflect on the feedback and use it to enhance your growth. By doing so, you cultivate resilience, humility, and a continuous drive towards becoming your best self. Number 12, reflect daily. Daily reflection is a cornerstone of Stoic practice, emphasized by Marcus Aurelius. Taking time each day to reflect on your actions, thoughts, and experiences fosters self-awareness and continuous personal growth. This habit allows you to learn from your experiences and make conscious adjustments to your behavior. Imagine ending each day with a few moments of quiet contemplation. You review your interactions, decisions, and reactions, considering what went well and what could be improved. This practice helps you to identify patterns, recognize achievements, and address areas that need attention. Daily reflection also cultivates a deeper understanding of your values and goals. It keeps you aligned with your principles, ensuring that your actions are in harmony with your true self. This alignment brings a sense of clarity and purpose, guiding you through life's complexities with confidence and wisdom. Consider a gardener who tends to his plants each day, observing their growth and making necessary adjustments. Similarly, through daily reflection, you nurture your inner landscape, fostering a life of integrity and meaning. Make daily reflection a non-negotiable part of your routine. Whether through journaling, meditation, or quiet contemplation, dedicate time to review and learn from your day. This practice will enrich your life, guiding you towards continuous improvement and a deeper connection with your authentic self. As we wrap up our exploration of Marcus Aurelius's timeless wisdom, remember that these principles are not just historical artifacts, they are practical tools for a richer, more resilient life. Embracing adversity, practicing mindfulness, and living in accordance with nature are just a few ways you can transform your daily experiences. If you found value in these insights, imagine the impact they can have when applied consistently. Let Marcus Aurelius's teachings be your guide to navigating life's complexities with grace and strength. Your journey towards a wiser, more fulfilling life begins now.
Here are 5 Stoic rules to help you emotionally detach from someone, whether it's a toxic relationship, unrequited love, or a painful friendship. These timeless principles will help you find clarity and regain control of your emotions. Emotional detachment doesn't mean you stop caring. It means you protect your inner peace. The Stoics believed that freedom comes from mastering our emotions, not suppressing them. Imagine being able to let go of someone's hold on you without resentment, finding strength in acceptance and self-reliance. These 5 rules will show you how. In this video, we'll uncover actionable Stoic techniques that are as relevant today as they were in ancient times. Stay tuned until the end, and you'll learn how to turn emotional pain into a stepping stone for growth and resilience. Let's dive in. 1. Focus on what you can control. The first rule is foundational to Stoicism. Focus only on what is within your control. You cannot change someone's feelings, actions, or decisions, but you can control your own thoughts, reactions, and choices. Instead of ruminating over why someone treated you a certain way or wishing they were different, shift your focus inward. For example, if someone ends a relationship, resist the urge to change their mind or dwell on their motives. Instead, redirect that energy toward your growth, whether it's building new skills, strengthening friendships, or exploring personal passions. By detaching from the uncontrollable, you free yourself from unnecessary emotional turmoil. 2. Practice negative visualization. The Stoics practiced a technique called premeditatio malorum, or negative visualization. This involves imagining the worst-case scenario to prepare your mind for acceptance. If you're struggling to detach from someone, envision a life where they are no longer part of your world. While this may seem painful at first, it helps you accept reality instead of resisting it. By mentally preparing yourself for loss, you build emotional resilience. Over time, this exercise allows you to view detachment not as a tragedy, but as an opportunity for growth and freedom. 3. Embrace the impermanence of relationships. Stoicism teaches that everything in life is fleeting, including relationships. When you accept that nothing is permanent, you stop clinging to the idea that someone must stay in your life forever. Detachment becomes easier when you view relationships as part of a natural ebb and flow. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that life is temporary, and clinging to what must eventually pass only leads to suffering. Appreciate the good times you shared, but don't let their absence define your happiness. Recognizing impermanence allows you to cherish moments without being enslaved by them. 4. Reframe your perspective. The Stoics believed that it's not events that disturb us, but our perception of them. If you're struggling to detach emotionally, ask yourself, what story am I telling myself about this person or relationship? Often, we idealize others or attach meaning to situations that don't serve us. Reframe the narrative. Instead of viewing their departure as a rejection, see it as an opportunity for growth. Instead of focusing on what you've lost, focus on what you've gained: strength, independence, and a clearer understanding of what you truly need in your life. 5. Build inner strength through self-reliance. The final rule is to cultivate self-reliance. Stoics believed that true happiness comes from within, not from external relationships. While connections with others can enhance our lives, they should never be the foundation of our emotional stability. Develop habits that nurture your inner strength: journaling, meditation, physical exercise, or pursuing hobbies. By building a life that fulfills you independently of others, you create a strong foundation that can weather any emotional storm. Detachment becomes a natural outcome of knowing that your worth isn't tied to anyone else. 6. Observe without attachment. The Stoics taught the value of observing situations and people objectively, without attaching emotions to them. Detachment often starts with shifting your perspective from being deeply involved to being a calm observer. This doesn't mean you stop caring, but that you view the situation with clarity and neutrality. For instance, if you're struggling with a breakup, focus on observing your feelings without judgment. Instead of saying, "I can't live without them," try, "I feel sadness, but this is temporary." By creating this mental distance, you gain the ability to respond thoughtfully instead of reacting impulsively. Observation without attachment frees you from the emotional entanglements that make detachment difficult. It's a skill that, with practice, can transform how you navigate all relationships. 7. Limit your exposure. Stoics believed in avoiding unnecessary pain. If seeing or interacting with someone makes emotional detachment harder, it's wise to limit your exposure. This isn't avoidance. It's a strategy to create space for healing and regaining emotional equilibrium. For example, unfollow them on social media, avoid places where you might bump into them, and minimize unnecessary conversations. By reducing triggers, you give your mind the opportunity to process emotions and build resilience. Over time, this distance helps you detach more naturally, without resentment or frustration. Limiting exposure isn't a sign of weakness, it's an act of self-preservation that aligns with the Stoic principle of focusing on what serves your growth. 8. Detach from the outcome. Stoics emphasize letting go of attachment to outcomes. Often, our difficulty in emotionally detaching stems from wanting a specific result, whether it's reconciliation, validation, or closure. The truth is, these outcomes are often outside our control, and focusing on them only prolongs emotional pain. Instead, adopt the mindset that whatever happens is for your highest good, even if it's not what you originally hoped for. Trust that the future holds opportunities you can't yet see. When you release your grip on the outcome, you free yourself from the chains of expectation and open the door to peace. 9. Practice gratitude for the lessons. Even painful relationships teach valuable lessons. The Stoics encouraged finding gratitude in every experience, good or bad. Detachment becomes easier when you focus on what the relationship taught you rather than what you've lost. For instance, a difficult breakup might teach you the importance of setting boundaries, valuing yourself, or recognizing red flags. By reframing the experience as a lesson, you shift your mindset from victimhood to empowerment. Gratitude allows you to appreciate the past without being tied to it, making emotional detachment a natural process. 10. Accept what is, not what you wish it were. Acceptance is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. Emotional detachment often begins with fully accepting the reality of a situation. Resistance only leads to prolonged suffering, while acceptance creates the space needed to heal and move forward. For example, instead of wishing someone would come back or change, accept them as they are, and the situation as it is. This doesn't mean you condone their actions or the pain they caused, but you stop fighting against reality. Acceptance brings peace, allowing you to let go of emotional attachments that no longer serve you. The Stoics believed that freedom lies in aligning with reality, not resisting it. By practicing acceptance, you can emotionally detach with grace and find the strength to move forward. Detaching emotionally from someone isn't about shutting yourself off. It's about freeing yourself to live with peace and purpose. By focusing on what you can control, practicing acceptance and building inner strength, you can transform emotional pain into personal power. Which of these Stoic rules resonates with you the most? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Don't forget to like this video, subscribe for more wisdom on resilience and self-mastery, and share this with someone who might need it. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.
10 terrible signs you shouldn't trust your own family and how to deal with this painful problem. Family, where life begins and love never ends. Yet, the same relationships that bring us love and comfort can sometimes be our greatest sources of pain. Family bonds are often idealized as safe havens, but when trust is broken, the emotional fallout can be profound. Trust is the invisible thread that holds families together, creating a foundation of security, mutual understanding, and emotional well-being. Without it, even the closest relationships can unravel, leaving behind feelings of betrayal and disillusionment. Why trust matters in families. Trust within families fosters open communication, mutual respect, and unwavering support. It's the bedrock upon which strong, loving relationships are built. When trust is present, family members feel safe to share their vulnerabilities and celebrate each other's triumphs. However, the absence of trust can lead to toxic dynamics, fostering feelings of resentment, anxiety, and isolation. Betrayal or persistent dishonesty doesn't just affect the individual, it ripples through the family, eroding the collective sense of security. This video explores the importance of recognizing red flags in family relationships that might signal deeper trust issues. Identifying these signs can empower you to address toxic patterns, protect your emotional well-being, and foster healthier connections, even in challenging circumstances. 1. Consistent dishonesty. Trust is the foundation of any healthy relationship, and this is especially true within families. When family members are consistently dishonest, it shakes the very core of these bonds. Dishonesty in a family isn't always about monumental lies. Sometimes it's the accumulation of smaller, persistent untruths that creates an environment of mistrust. Over time, this behavior erodes the sense of safety and reliability that should define familial relationships. Imagine a sibling who hides financial struggles, repeatedly downplaying the severity of their situation until it spirals out of control and impacts everyone involved. Or consider a parent who withholds important family information, such as health concerns or financial difficulties, under the guise of protecting others. These actions may be well-intentioned, but the result is often confusion, frustration, and a breakdown of trust. Dishonesty also breeds insecurity. It leaves family members second-guessing each other's words and intentions, creating an atmosphere of suspicion. When you can't rely on someone to tell you the truth, it becomes nearly impossible to confide in them, let alone depend on them during challenging times. Ultimately, consistent dishonesty signals a deeper issue, a lack of respect for the relationship and for your right to transparency. Addressing dishonesty requires courage and a commitment to open communication. It may involve confronting the family member in question, setting boundaries, or seeking external support, such as therapy, to rebuild trust. While rebuilding trust is possible, it requires mutual effort. Being honest, even when the truth is uncomfortable, strengthens relationships, proving that love and trust go hand in hand. In contrast, persistent dishonesty only serves to alienate and distance, leaving the relationship fractured and fragile. Recognizing and addressing this red flag is essential for fostering authentic and lasting family connections. 2. Manipulative behavior. Manipulative behavior in family relationships is a subtle yet deeply damaging dynamic. It often disguises itself as care or concern, but gradually erodes the autonomy and emotional well-being of its target. Manipulation can take many forms, including guilt-tripping, shaming, or emotional blackmail, and it thrives in the close-knit environment of family where emotions run deep. Imagine a parent who uses financial support as leverage to dictate your choices, such as your career, where you live, or whom you marry. The message becomes clear: their help comes with strings attached. This creates an unhealthy dependency and makes you feel trapped in decisions that don't align with your authentic desires. Another example could be a sibling who constantly plays the victim, exaggerating their struggles to garner your sympathy and attention while ignoring your boundaries and needs. The harm in manipulative behavior lies in its ability to distort relationships. Instead of being built on mutual respect and understanding, these relationships become transactional, with one person always exerting control. This dynamic can lead to feelings of resentment, frustration, and helplessness. Recognizing manipulation starts with identifying patterns. Do you often feel guilty after interacting with a particular family member? Are you pressured into decisions that make you uncomfortable? These are signs that manipulation may be at play. Addressing manipulative behavior requires setting and enforcing boundaries. Clearly communicate what you will and will not tolerate. For example, you can say, "I appreciate your input, but I need to make this decision on my own." If manipulation persists, limiting interactions or seeking professional guidance, such as family counseling, might be necessary. Remember, genuine family support empowers rather than controls. Healthy relationships allow space for individuality and growth, fostering a foundation of love and mutual respect free from manipulation. 3. Betrayal of confidence. Betrayal of confidence is a profound violation of trust that can leave lasting scars in family relationships. Trusting someone with personal information or feelings is an act of vulnerability, and when that trust is broken, it shakes the foundation of the bond. Families are meant to provide a safe space, but when private matters are shared without consent, it undermines the very essence of that safety. Consider a scenario where you confide in a family member about a difficult situation, such as a relationship problem or a personal failure, only to later hear it repeated to others during a family gathering. Not only does this violate your privacy, but it also exposes you to judgment and embarrassment from people you didn't choose to share with. The sense of betrayal can lead to feelings of isolation and hesitation to open up in the future. The damage caused by a breach of confidence is often amplified in families because of the emotional closeness involved. It creates a ripple effect, eroding trust not only in the person who betrayed you, but in the family dynamic as a whole. To address this issue, it's essential to set clear boundaries, express how their actions have hurt you, and emphasize the importance of keeping private matters confidential. For instance, you might say, "When I share something personal, I need to know it stays between us." If the behavior continues, consider limiting what you share with that individual. Building or rebuilding trust takes time and consistency. Both parties must be committed to respecting boundaries and nurturing a culture of discretion. A family should be a source of comfort, not fear of betrayal. Protecting your emotional well-being may require difficult conversations, but it's a necessary step toward preserving meaningful relationships. 4. Financial exploitation. Financial exploitation in families often disguises itself as a harmless request for help, but can quickly spiral into a pattern of manipulation and misuse. Families are expected to support one another, but when financial assistance becomes a recurring demand or is given under false pretenses, it creates an unhealthy dynamic of dependency and mistrust. Imagine a relative who frequently borrows money, promising repayment but never following through. Over time, this pattern not only strains your finances, but also leaves you feeling used and disrespected. In more extreme cases, financial exploitation can involve subtle coercion, like a family member guilt-tripping you into giving them money or resources they don't genuinely need. The emotional toll of financial exploitation is significant. It fosters resentment, disrupts family harmony, and can make you hesitant to offer help in genuine cases of need. It also sets a harmful precedent where boundaries are ignored and one-sided expectations dominate the relationship. Addressing financial exploitation requires assertiveness. Clearly communicate your boundaries, such as stating, "I can't lend you money anymore, but I'm happy to help you budget or find resources." Sticking to these limits can be challenging, especially if guilt is leveraged against you, but it's necessary for maintaining healthy relationships. In some cases, professional guidance may be beneficial. Financial counseling or mediation can help navigate these sensitive situations without escalating tensions. Remember, Supporting family doesn't mean tolerating exploitation. Healthy family dynamics should respect each member's autonomy and well-being, including their financial stability. 5. Lack of support during crises. Families are often seen as a pillar of support during life's most challenging moments. However, when family members fail to show up emotionally or physically during crises, it signals a troubling lack of reliability. This absence can leave you feeling abandoned and questioning the strength of your familial bonds. Picture a situation where you're going through a medical emergency or a significant life upheaval, such as losing a job. You expect your family to rally around you, but instead, they prioritize their own needs or dismiss the gravity of your situation. For instance, a sibling who chooses to ignore your request for help, or a parent who offers superficial support instead of genuine assistance. This lack of care not only exacerbates your struggle, but also creates emotional wounds that are hard to heal. The impact of this neglect extends beyond the immediate crisis. It fosters resentment and a sense of imbalance in the relationship, as you realize the support you offer may not be reciprocated when you need it most. Over time, this dynamic can erode the trust and intimacy that families are meant to provide. To address this, communicate your needs clearly during difficult times. For example, say, "I really need your support right now. Can you help with this specific task?" If support remains absent, reassess the relationship and consider leaning on friends or professional networks that can provide the care you need. While family support is invaluable, it shouldn't be your sole source of help. Building a broader support system can alleviate some of the pressure and prevent disappointment. Ultimately, healthy family dynamics are rooted in mutual care and reliability, not selective support based on convenience. 6. Frequent gossiping. Gossiping within families might seem harmless at first, but it often creates divisions and mistrust over time. When family members discuss your personal life or struggles with others behind your back, it can feel like a betrayal of confidence and respect. Gossip often distorts facts, exaggerating situations and amplifying conflicts that could otherwise be resolved privately. Imagine discovering that a sibling has been sharing details about your financial struggles or personal challenges with extended family members, framing them as juicy tidbits for entertainment rather than respecting your privacy. This not only damages your reputation, but also undermines your trust in that person. Over time, you may begin to question whether your conversations are safe or if they'll become fodder for the next family gathering. The effects of gossip extend beyond individual relationships. It creates an environment of insecurity where family members hesitate to open up, fearing that their vulnerabilities will be exposed. This atmosphere disrupts the open communication and support that families should foster. To address gossip, confront it directly but calmly. Let the person know how their actions have affected you by saying, "I value our relationship, but I feel hurt when private matters I've shared are discussed with others." Setting boundaries about what you're comfortable sharing and with whom is critical. Over time, you may need to adjust your expectations of those who engage in gossip and limit your disclosures to them. Instead, prioritize relationships within the family where trust and mutual respect are evident. Healthy family dynamics thrive on confidentiality, empathy, and understanding, not on spreading rumors or creating unnecessary drama. 7. Dismissal of boundaries. Respecting boundaries is fundamental in any relationship, but it's especially crucial within families. When boundaries are ignored or dismissed, it creates tension and conflict, as well as a sense that your needs and autonomy are not valued. This can manifest in many ways, from emotional intrusions to physical overstepping. Consider a parent who enters your home uninvited even after you've asked them to call beforehand. Or a relative who dismisses your parenting choices, constantly criticizing how you raise your children despite your repeated requests to respect your methods. These actions, though sometimes framed as care or concern, signal a lack of respect for your individuality and decisions. The dismissal of boundaries often stems from a power dynamic where one person feels entitled to dictate or interfere in your life. This can lead to frustration, resentment, and a breakdown in communication. When your boundaries are routinely ignored, it also becomes harder to trust that person with more significant aspects of your life. To handle this, clearly communicate your limits. For instance, say, "I appreciate your concern, but this is a decision I need to make for myself. Please respect that." Consistency is key. Enforcing boundaries each time they're crossed reinforces their importance. If the behavior persists, you may need to limit interactions with the person or seek external support, such as counseling, to mediate the situation. Healthy families respect each other's autonomy and choices, understanding that boundaries are not barriers to love, but foundations for mutual respect. 8. Favoritism or unfair treatment. Favoritism within families can deeply wound relationships, creating feelings of inadequacy, resentment, and alienation among those who are overlooked. While families are expected to nurture and celebrate each member equally, showing clear preference for one individual over others undermines these values and can fracture familial bonds. Imagine a parent who consistently praises one sibling's achievements while neglecting or even belittling another's efforts. Over time, the overlooked sibling may begin to feel unworthy, questioning their self-worth and value within the family. Similarly, unfair treatment can manifest in how responsibilities are distributed. One child may shoulder more family duties, while another receives privileges without contributing equally. Favoritism often stems from unconscious biases or cultural norms, but its impact is long-lasting. It not only strains the relationships between siblings, but can also affect the connection between parents and children. The child who feels neglected may withdraw emotionally, fostering a cycle of miscommunication and misunderstanding. Addressing favoritism requires courage and honest dialogue. If you're the one affected, share your feelings respectfully but assertively. For instance, you might say, "I've noticed that my efforts often go unacknowledged and it makes me feel undervalued." For parents or family members, becoming aware of unintentional biases and making conscious efforts to treat everyone equitably is essential. In situations where favoritism persists, despite efforts to address it, focusing on your personal growth and seeking support outside the family can help maintain emotional balance. Healthy families thrive on fairness and inclusivity, where every member feels seen, valued, and equally loved. 9. Emotional or physical abuse. Emotional or physical abuse within families is one of the most devastating breaches of trust and safety. While families are expected to be a source of love and protection, abusive behaviors shatter that expectation, leaving victims feeling vulnerable, isolated, and unworthy of love. Abuse can take many forms, from harsh words and constant criticism to intimidation and physical harm. Imagine a relative who consistently demeans you with insults or undermines your self-esteem by pointing out perceived flaws in front of others. Worse, consider a family member who uses physical aggression, throwing objects, grabbing you forcefully, or threatening harm to assert control during disagreements. These behaviors are not only damaging in the moment, but can have long-lasting effects on your mental and emotional health. The harm caused by abuse often leads to self-doubt, anxiety, and depression. It creates an environment of fear where open communication and trust are impossible. Victims may also struggle with guilt or confusion, feeling trapped by cultural or societal expectations to maintain family unity at all costs. Addressing abuse starts with recognizing it as unacceptable no matter the context. If you're experiencing abuse, prioritize your safety and well-being. This may mean seeking support from trusted friends, counselors, or advocacy organizations. Establish boundaries and, if necessary, create physical or emotional distance from the abuser. Breaking the cycle of abuse is challenging but essential for healing. It requires bravery to confront the issue, seek help, and, in some cases, walk away from toxic relationships. Healthy families nurture, protect, and uplift their members, making it crucial to demand and uphold an environment free from harm. Everyone deserves to feel safe and respected in their family. 10. Refusal to acknowledge or address conflicts. Conflict is an inevitable part of any relationship, but how it's handled determines whether it strengthens or weakens the bond. In families, a refusal to acknowledge or address conflicts often leads to unresolved tensions and lingering resentment. When issues are ignored or swept under the rug, they don't disappear. They fester, eventually erupting in more significant, damaging ways. Consider a family member who consistently avoids discussing past grievances, shutting down conversations with phrases like, "Let's not dwell on the past," or "It's not a big deal." While this avoidance may feel like keeping the peace, it prevents meaningful resolution and understanding. For instance, unresolved arguments about financial responsibilities or personal boundaries can create ongoing frustration, silently damaging relationships. This refusal to engage in conflict resolution sends a message that your feelings and concerns don't matter, eroding trust and mutual respect. It also perpetuates a cycle where similar issues arise repeatedly, each time compounding the emotional toll. Addressing this requires open communication and a willingness to confront uncomfortable truths. Initiate conversations with a calm and solution-focused tone, saying something like, "I'd like to talk about this issue so we can move forward and strengthen our relationship." If the other party remains resistant, consider involving a neutral mediator, like a family counselor, to facilitate productive discussions. Resolving conflicts doesn't mean erasing disagreements. It means understanding each other's perspectives and finding common ground. Healthy families prioritize growth and connection by facing challenges together, fostering an environment where conflicts are opportunities for deeper understanding rather than sources of division. Solutions: how to deal with these painful problems. 1. Setting and enforcing boundaries. Boundaries are essential for maintaining healthy relationships, especially in families where emotions and expectations often run high. Setting clear boundaries communicates your needs and ensures that interactions remain respectful and balanced. However, enforcing boundaries requires consistency and courage, especially if family members are resistant or dismissive. For example, if a parent frequently criticizes your parenting style, you can establish a boundary by calmly saying, "I understand you have advice, but I prefer to make my own decisions regarding my children. Please respect that." The key is to be firm yet respectful, avoiding emotional confrontations that might escalate tensions. Enforcing boundaries might also involve limiting certain topics of discussion. If a relative often brings up sensitive or triggering subjects, you can redirect the conversation or politely state that you're not comfortable discussing that matter. While setting boundaries may initially create discomfort or pushback, it ultimately fosters healthier dynamics. It teaches family members how to interact with you in a way that respects your emotional and physical well-being. Remember, boundaries are not about creating distance, but about ensuring mutual respect. They allow for deeper, more meaningful connections by establishing a foundation of trust and understanding. Over time, consistent boundary setting helps shift unhealthy dynamics and promotes a more balanced and fulfilling family relationship. 2. Seeking open communication. Open communication is the cornerstone of healthy family relationships. It involves expressing your thoughts, feelings, and concerns honestly while creating space for others to do the same. When conflicts or trust issues arise, addressing them directly, yet constructively, can pave the way for resolution and deeper understanding. Start by choosing an appropriate time and setting for conversations. Avoid discussing sensitive topics during emotionally charged moments. Instead, approach the discussion with a calm demeanor and a willingness to listen. For instance, you might begin by saying, "I've noticed some tension between us, and I'd like to talk about it so we can move forward together." Active listening is crucial. Give family members the opportunity to share their perspectives without interruption or judgment. Validating their feelings, even if you disagree, can create a sense of mutual respect. For example, saying, "I understand why you feel that way, and I want to work with you to find a solution," can de-escalate potential conflicts. If emotions run high, consider using I statements to express your concerns without placing blame. For example, "I feel hurt when my boundaries are ignored" is more effective than "you always disrespect me." Open communication doesn't guarantee immediate resolution, but it lays the groundwork for mutual trust and empathy. Over time, these conversations strengthen family bonds and create a culture where concerns can be addressed without fear of judgment or dismissal. In cases where communication remains difficult, seeking the guidance of a family therapist can help facilitate productive dialogue. Healthy families thrive on open communication, where every member feels heard, valued, and understood. Taking the first step to initiate these conversations shows courage and a commitment to fostering positive relationships. 3. Seeking professional help. Sometimes family dynamics become so strained or complicated that resolving issues independently feels impossible. In such cases, seeking professional help, such as therapy or mediation, can provide a neutral and supportive space for addressing deep-rooted issues. Professional intervention is not a sign of weakness, but a proactive step toward healing and rebuilding trust. Family therapists are trained to identify toxic patterns and facilitate open, constructive communication. For instance, in cases where a family member refuses to acknowledge their role in conflicts, a therapist can help them see how their behavior impacts others without assigning blame. Mediation sessions can also guide families in navigating sensitive topics, such as financial disputes or unspoken grievances. Consider a scenario where siblings are divided over how to care for aging parents, leading to resentment and tension. A professional mediator can help establish a fair plan that respects everyone's concerns and capabilities. Similarly, therapy can be invaluable in addressing emotional wounds caused by past betrayals or unresolved conflicts. For those experiencing abuse or severe neglect, professionals can offer resources and strategies to ensure safety and support. They can also help individuals process their emotions and rebuild self-esteem, empowering them to make healthier decisions about their relationships. While it may take time and effort to see results, professional help can bring clarity and structure to even the most complex family dynamics. It shows a commitment to breaking unhealthy cycles and fostering a more understanding, respectful environment. Ultimately, prioritizing emotional and relational well-being is one of the most meaningful investments you can make in your family's future. 4. Prioritizing self-care. In the midst of family conflicts or strained relationships, it's easy to lose sight of your own well-being. Prioritizing self-care is essential to maintaining your mental, emotional, and physical health, especially when navigating challenging family dynamics. By focusing on yourself, you build resilience and clarity, empowering you to make decisions that align with your values and needs. Self-care involves more than just pampering. It's about creating habits that nurture your overall well-being. For example, regular exercise, adequate sleep, and a balanced diet can significantly improve your ability to manage stress. Engaging in hobbies or activities you enjoy also provides an outlet for self-expression and a break from familial pressures. Emotional self-care is equally vital. Journaling, meditating, or speaking with a trusted friend can help you process your feelings and gain perspective. If family relationships feel particularly toxic, consider creating a support network outside your family. Friends, mentors, or support groups can provide encouragement and understanding when you need it most. It's important to set boundaries around your time and energy. For instance, limiting interactions with toxic family members or saying no to commitments that drain you can create space for your personal growth. Remember, prioritizing your needs doesn't mean neglecting others. It means ensuring you're in a position to engage in relationships from a place of strength and self-assurance. Ultimately, self-care is an act of self-respect. By valuing yourself, you model healthy behaviors for others and create a foundation for meaningful connections. Even in challenging family situations, prioritizing self-care ensures you remain grounded and empowered to make choices that support your happiness and well-being. 5. Knowing when to limit or cut ties. In some cases, despite your best efforts, a family relationship may remain toxic, abusive, or beyond repair. Knowing when to limit or cut ties with a family member is one of the hardest but most important decisions you may face. It's not about abandoning family, but about protecting your mental, emotional, and even physical well-being when the relationship becomes detrimental to your health. Consider situations where repeated attempts to establish boundaries are ignored, manipulative behaviors persist, or emotional and physical abuse continues unchecked. For example, if a relative consistently undermines your self-esteem, spreads false information about you, or refuses to take responsibility for their harmful actions, it may be necessary to reassess the value of that relationship in your life. Limiting ties doesn't always mean a complete cutoff. It might involve reducing the frequency of interactions or choosing neutral environments for meetings. For instance, you might decide only to see a toxic family member at larger family gatherings where their behavior is less targeted. In extreme cases, cutting ties entirely may be the healthiest option. While this choice comes with emotional challenges and societal stigma, it can provide the freedom and peace needed to focus on your well-being. Therapy or support groups can help navigate the emotional fallout and provide guidance during this process. Remember, walking away from a toxic relationship is not an act of selfishness, it's an act of self-preservation. You have the right to prioritize your happiness and safety, even if it means creating distance from family members. By doing so, you open the door to building healthier, more supportive relationships that align with your values and nurture your personal growth. Family relationships are complex and, at their best, provide love, support, and security. However, they can also harbor toxic dynamics that erode trust and emotional well-being. Recognizing the signs of distrust is the first step toward protecting yourself and addressing unhealthy patterns. Throughout this discussion, we identified 10 key red flags in family relationships. Consistent dishonesty, manipulative behavior, betrayal of confidence, financial exploitation, lack of support during crises, frequent gossiping, dismissal of boundaries, favoritism, emotional or physical abuse, and refusal to address conflicts. Each of these behaviors undermines the foundation of trust and can lead to lasting emotional harm if left unchecked. Equally important are the solutions we explored: setting and enforcing boundaries, fostering open communication, seeking professional help, prioritizing self-care, and knowing when to limit or cut ties. These strategies empower individuals to take control of their relationships, ensuring they are built on mutual respect, understanding, and care. Recognizing these issues early and addressing them with clarity and courage can lead to healthier dynamics within families. While not all relationships can be repaired, understanding when to let go or create distance is crucial for personal well-being. Empowerment begins with the recognition that you have the right to protect your peace, even within your family. It's easy to feel trapped by societal expectations or cultural norms that emphasize unconditional loyalty to family. But prioritizing your mental and emotional health is not selfish. It's necessary. Take proactive steps to identify and address toxic behaviors. If you notice red flags, don't ignore them. Open communication is a powerful tool, but it's okay to acknowledge when deeper issues require professional intervention or a redefinition of the relationship. Remember, setting boundaries isn't about punishing others. It's about creating the space for healthy and respectful interactions. When these boundaries are consistently violated, know that you have the strength to make the tough decisions to limit or end contact. Surround yourself with supportive relationships that uplift you, whether they are within or outside your family. Seeking healthier dynamics is a journey, not an overnight fix. It requires patience, self-reflection, and a commitment to growth. But the result, peace of mind, self-respect, and meaningful connections, is worth the effort. Healing and growth are always possible, even in the face of challenging family dynamics. You are not alone in navigating these complexities, and many have walked this path before, finding strength and fulfillment on the other side. While you may not always be able to change others, you can change how you respond to and manage these relationships. By focusing on your well-being and surrounding yourself with positive influences, you create an environment that nurtures trust, respect, and love. Family isn't defined solely by blood. It's about the connections that make you feel valued, safe, and supported. As you move forward, take comfort in knowing that meaningful relationships can be built and sustained, whether within your biological family or through the family you choose. Embrace the journey toward healthier dynamics with hope. Every small step you take, whether it's setting a boundary, seeking therapy, or building a new support system, is a step toward reclaiming your emotional health and happiness. You deserve relationships that uplift and empower you, and with time and effort, those connections are within reach. Thank you for watching. If you found this video helpful, make sure to give it a thumbs up and share it with someone who might need this message. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel for more insightful content like this. Your support helps us continue creating videos that inspire, empower, and guide you toward a better, healthier life. Hit the subscribe button and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an update. Together, we can navigate life's challenges and build stronger, more meaningful connections. See you in the next video.
Verbal tricks to make an aggressive person. Sorry. Have you ever been caught off guard by someone's aggression, left speechless as they lash out, while you scramble for a way to defend yourself? Imagine walking away from those moments not overwhelmed or angry, but calm, collected, and leaving the aggressor rethinking their behavior. Today, I'll show you exactly how to do that. What if, instead of escalating the conflict or feeling like a victim, you had the tools to turn any confrontation into a moment of clarity and control? Inspired by the timeless principles of Stoicism, these 6 verbal techniques are designed to neutralize aggression without compromising your dignity. One of these strategies even transforms anger into an opportunity for deeper understanding, a shift that will surprise both you and the aggressor. Over the next few minutes, we'll explore how to navigate even the most heated situations with grace and power. You'll learn how to dismantle hidden assumptions, respond to distorted words with precision, and use subtle techniques to turn the tide in any conversation. These aren't just tips. They're life-changing strategies that will leave you feeling unshakable and in control, no matter the situation. Let's dive in. 1. Pause before responding. I used to believe that quick, sharp responses showed strength in an argument, but over time I realized that impulsive reactions often fueled more tension than they resolved. One moment stands out vividly in my memory. A co-worker publicly criticized my approach during a meeting. My first instinct was to snap back with a defense, but something stopped me. Instead, I took a breath, paused, and allowed the silence to settle. In that pause, something powerful happened. I calmed my emotions, and they began to look slightly uneasy, perhaps realizing their harshness. When I finally responded, I said, "I appreciate your perspective. Let's explore how we can address this together." The conversation shifted immediately, from confrontation to collaboration. This pause is something Stoics emphasize deeply. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." By pausing, I exercised control over my mind and refused to let the situation dictate my response. Pausing isn't a sign of weakness. It's a sign of mastery over oneself. It allows you to assess the situation, recognize your emotions, and respond thoughtfully. The next time someone provokes you, try this. Take a deep breath, count to 3, and consider what outcome you want before speaking. Often you'll find that a calm and deliberate response disarms aggression far more effectively than a hasty one. Practicing this habit has helped me navigate heated discussions with clarity and confidence. It's not about letting others win, it's about winning the battle within yourself. When you pause before responding, you remain grounded and in control, a hallmark of a Stoic mind. 2. Use visual imagery to convey deep messages. There was a time when I found myself caught in a heated argument with someone I deeply cared about. Their words were sharp, cutting me down with accusations I felt were unfair. My initial instinct was to fire back, to defend myself with equal intensity. But then I paused and remembered the power of imagery, a tool I had often seen work wonders. Instead of responding defensively, I took a deep breath and said, "You know, anger is like a wildfire. It can destroy everything in its path, but if we channel it carefully, it can also forge new ground for growth." The reaction was almost immediate. They stopped, their posture softened, and they began to truly listen. What I realized in that moment is that people often lash out because they feel unheard or misunderstood. By using a metaphor, I wasn't just trying to defend myself. I was offering them a new way to see the situation, a calmer, more constructive perspective. Stoicism teaches us to focus not on winning arguments, but on fostering understanding and maintaining our inner peace. Imagery is one of the most effective ways to do this. It bypasses the defenses of the mind and speaks directly to the heart, offering clarity without aggression. The next time you find yourself in a tense conversation, try using imagery. Instead of saying, "You're overreacting," you could say, "Emotions can be like waves. They come strong, but they also pass if we let them." This approach not only protects your tranquility, but also invites the other person to reflect and engage more thoughtfully. By practicing this Stoic technique, you'll find that your words don't just defend. You connect, heal, and inspire change. And that is the true power of wisdom in action. 3. Escape the trap of distorted words. I remember a moment when my words were twisted in a way that completely misrepresented my intentions. A friend I admired accused me of saying something I never intended, claiming, "So you're saying I'm a failure," when all I had done was suggest a different approach to a problem. My first instinct was to feel defensive, but I knew reacting emotionally would only escalate the situation. Instead, I calmly replied, "That's not what I meant at all. Let me clarify my perspective." By staying composed, I was able to explain myself without anger or blame. The result? They softened, apologized for jumping to conclusions, and we had a productive conversation. Stoicism teaches us not to get caught in others' distortions of our words. Epictetus advises, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." When someone twists your words, resist the urge to retaliate or defend yourself aggressively. Instead, maintain your clarity and calmly restate your true intentions. This approach is powerful. By refusing to be provoked, you protect your inner peace and keep the focus on resolution rather than conflict. The next time someone distorts your words, pause and say, "Let's revisit what I actually said so we can avoid any misunderstandings." You'll find that clarity, not aggression, is your best ally in such moments. Over time, this habit not only builds your confidence, but also earns the respect of others. People recognize the strength in calmness and the wisdom in measured responses, and that is the essence of Stoic mastery in communication. But 4. Reveal shared agreements. There's a subtle strength in showing someone that they already share your perspective, even if they don't realize it yet. I learned this lesson during a heated debate about a community project. A neighbor passionately opposed my proposal, claiming it wasn't practical. Instead of arguing, I listened closely and said, "I think we both want what's best for our community, and we both value sustainability. Let's talk about how we can make this work in a way that aligns with those goals." Their demeanor changed instantly. They agreed with the shared values, and the conversation shifted toward finding common ground. Stoicism emphasizes listening as an art. Epictetus reminds us, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so that we can listen twice as much as we speak." By listening carefully and reflecting on shared values, you can transform an argument into a collaboration. When confronted with hostility, instead of jumping into defense mode, look for areas of agreement. If a colleague challenges your process at work, respond with, "I think we both care about getting this done effectively. Let's figure out the best way forward." This approach doesn't diminish your stance. It strengthens it by focusing on mutual understanding. Finding shared agreements disarms hostility and builds rapport. It shows the other person that you're not their opponent, but their partner in finding solutions. And in doing so, you embody the Stoic ideal of turning conflict into connection. 5. Recognize hidden assumptions. I once had a colleague ask me, "Do you really think you know better than the experts on this?" The question wasn't just a challenge. It carried the subtle implication that I was overstepping my bounds. In the past, I might have rushed to defend myself, but I've since learned the value of recognizing hidden assumptions and dismantling them calmly. I paused, smiled, and replied, "I don't think that at all, but I'd love to share my perspective and hear more about what the experts say. Can we explore this together?" The shift in tone was immediate. They softened and the conversation became productive instead of combative. Stoicism reminds us to not react to the surface of an argument, but to look deeper. Hidden assumptions often push us toward a defensive posture, but by addressing them directly, we regain control of the dialogue. Marcus Aurelius advised, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." This clarity applies to challenging assumptions as well. The next time someone tries to corner you with a loaded question, pause and calmly unpack the assumption. Say something like, "That's an interesting perspective. Could you clarify what you mean by that?" This approach shows confidence, protects your dignity, and often leads to a more respectful conversation. 6. Stay neutral and avoid personalizing. Years ago, during a family gathering, a relative said, "Why do you always think you're better than everyone else?" The words stung. My immediate reaction was to defend myself, but I realized that engaging emotionally would only escalate the tension. Instead, I stayed neutral and replied, "I don't think that at all. If I've come across that way, let's talk about it." This response caught them off guard and shifted the focus from blame to understanding. Over time, the conversation became more constructive, and I walked away feeling at peace. Stoics teach that we should focus on the issue, not take hostility personally. Epictetus reminds us, when someone criticizes you, they are speaking from their own perspective. By staying neutral, you rise above emotional traps and maintain your inner stability. When someone lashes out, remind yourself that their words are often a reflection of their emotions, not your worth. Respond calmly, with a focus on resolution rather than conflict. This not only preserves your tranquility, but also fosters respect from others. 7. Acknowledge valid points. During a heated debate about a team project, a colleague criticized my approach, saying it was too complicated. In the past, I might have brushed this off as negativity, but instead, I acknowledged their concern. You make a valid point. Simplicity is important. Let's look at ways to streamline this while keeping the key elements intact. This small acknowledgement changed the tone of the discussion entirely. Instead of feeling unheard, they became more open to my ideas, and together we improved the proposal. Acknowledging valid points is a powerful Stoic strategy. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If anyone can refute me, show me I'm making a mistake or looking at things from the wrong perspective, I'll gladly change." This humility doesn't weaken your stance, it strengthens it by showing that you value truth over ego. The next time someone criticizes you, look for the kernel of truth in their perspective. Acknowledge it sincerely before presenting your own view. This doesn't just diffuse hostility, it builds trust and mutual respect. 8. Handle the storm of questions. Once, during a family dinner, a relative barraged me with questions about my career choices. "Why would you choose that path? Don't you think it's risky? Isn't there something better?" The questions were relentless, and I felt cornered. But instead of reacting defensively, I calmly said, "Those are interesting questions. Let's take them one at a time. What specifically concerns you about my choice?" Breaking down the barrage disarmed them and gave me control of the conversation. By addressing their concerns one by one, I maintained my composure and turned the interrogation into a dialogue. Stoicism teaches us to stay grounded when faced with pressure. When overwhelmed by aggressive questioning, pause and respond methodically. Epictetus advises, "First say to yourself what you would be, then do what you have to do." By staying focused and deliberate, you control the narrative. In similar situations, remember that you don't have to answer immediately or all at once. Take a breath and handle each question with clarity. This not only protects your peace, but also demonstrates your strength and confidence. 9. Use questions to shift focus. I once worked with someone who loved to criticize others' ideas without offering solutions. During one such exchange, instead of defending myself, I asked, "What would you suggest as an alternative?" The question caught them off guard. They stumbled for an answer, realizing they hadn't thought beyond their critique. Asking questions is a simple yet powerful way to redirect conversations. Stoicism encourages us to avoid direct confrontation and instead steer discussions constructively. When you ask questions, you subtly guide the other person to reflect on their position, often defusing their aggression in the process. The next time someone challenges you, try asking, "How do you see this working better?" Or, "What would you do in my situation?" These questions shift the focus away from conflict and toward problem solving, demonstrating your composure and wisdom. 10. Respect the truth and avoid straw man arguments. During a book club discussion, a fellow member twisted my opinion, claiming, "So you're saying the author's work is worthless?" I could feel the frustration rising, but I chose to respond calmly. "That's not what I meant. What I'm saying is that this particular chapter didn't resonate with me, though the overall book has its strengths." This approach diffused the tension and redirected the conversation toward the actual topic. Stoics emphasize the importance of integrity and clarity in communication. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Never let the future disturb you. You will meet it, if you have to, with the same weapons of reason which today arm you against the present." Avoiding strawman arguments isn't just about preserving peace, it's about staying true to yourself. When someone distorts your words, calmly correct them without aggression. This not only maintains your dignity, but also encourages a more meaningful dialogue. Mastering these Stoic-inspired verbal techniques isn't just about handling aggressive people, it's about cultivating a deeper sense of calm and control in your life. Imagine walking into every conversation with the confidence that no matter how tense it gets, you'll remain composed, protect your inner peace, and even inspire others to reflect on their own behavior. Which of these techniques resonated with you the most? Have you faced situations where these approaches could have made a difference? Share your thoughts and experiences in the comments. I'd love to hear how you've handled confrontations or how you plan to use these tools moving forward. Your insights could inspire someone else who's navigating their own challenges. If you found value in these ideas, please take a moment to like this video. It helps more people discover these transformative strategies. Don't forget to subscribe for more Stoic wisdom and practical advice, and turn on notifications so you don't miss the next lesson. And if you know someone who could benefit from these techniques, share this video with them. Sometimes, a small gesture like that can make a big difference in someone's life. Thank you for joining me on this journey of resilience and wisdom. I'll see you in the next episode, where we'll explore even more tools to navigate life's challenges with strength and clarity.
10 alarming signs. You're losing yourself in a relationship and how to deal with this problem. Do you feel like you've lost touch with who you are since entering your relationship? It's a subtle process. Compromises here, small sacrifices there, and before you know it, you barely recognize yourself. Losing yourself in a relationship doesn't happen overnight. It's gradual, often disguised as love or devotion, but it ultimately leaves you feeling disconnected, invisible, and unfulfilled. A healthy relationship should complement your individuality, not diminish it. Yet, in the name of harmony, Many of us overextend ourselves, prioritizing our partner's needs while neglecting our own. Stoic philosophy teaches us the value of self-respect and balance. As Epictetus said, freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control. In relationships, this freedom comes from staying true to your values, even as you grow together with another person. This video will guide you through 10 alarming signs that you might be losing yourself in your relationship. Each point is designed to help you reflect on your current dynamics, identify areas where you may be compromising too much, and find ways to reclaim your sense of self. Remember, losing yourself doesn't mean the relationship is doomed. It's a wake-up call. With awareness and action, you can create a partnership that honors both your individuality and your connection. Let us approach this with the wisdom of the Stoics, calmly, courageously, and with the intention of living in alignment with our true selves. Let's dive in. 1. You've stopped pursuing your interests. One of the first signs that you're losing yourself in a relationship is letting go of the passions and hobbies that once brought you joy. Whether it's painting, exercising, reading, or spending time with friends, these activities often take a back seat as your focus shifts entirely to your partner's needs and preferences. For example, maybe you used to attend a weekly yoga class, but now you skip it because your partner prefers to spend evenings together. Or perhaps you loved gardening, but it no longer feels worth the effort since your partner doesn't share the same enthusiasm. Over time, these small sacrifices add up, and you begin to lose touch with what makes you feel alive. Stoicism teaches us to value what is within our control, our choices and actions. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." By letting go of your passions, you surrender a part of your identity, which diminishes your overall strength and joy. To reclaim this part of yourself, start small. Dedicate even 15 minutes a day to something you love. Let your partner know that these interests are part of what makes you who you are. "I'm going to spend some time on my painting tonight. It's important to me." A healthy relationship will not only allow space for your individuality, but encourage it. Your interests are not just hobbies, they are expressions of who you are. By nurturing them, you not only honor yourself, but also bring a fuller, more vibrant self to your relationship. 2. You constantly seek their approval. Do you find yourself hesitating to make decisions without first consulting your partner? Constantly seeking their approval, whether for small choices like what to wear or big decisions about your career, is a sign that you may be losing confidence in your own judgment. Over time, this behavior can lead to dependence, eroding your sense of autonomy. Imagine wanting to pursue a professional opportunity, but instead of trusting your instincts, you delay, worrying about how your partner might feel. Or perhaps you change your plans, outfit, or opinion to align with what you think they'd prefer. While seeking input in a partnership is natural, consistently prioritizing their opinion over your own is not. Stoicism teaches us to live with self-respect and integrity. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." This wisdom applies not only to moral choices, but also to how we honor our own inner compass. Relying too heavily on another's validation weakens the foundation of your self-trust. To counter this, practice making decisions independently. Start small, choose something without asking for their input, then reflect on how it feels to trust yourself. Gradually, you'll rebuild confidence in your ability to navigate life on your own terms. When appropriate, involve your partner in your decisions, but ensure it's a collaboration, not dependence. Approval from your partner should enhance your confidence, not define it. By trusting your judgment, you reclaim your autonomy, and strengthen both your relationship and your sense of self. 3. You compromise your values. Have you ever found yourself going along with something that doesn't sit right with you just to maintain harmony in your relationship? Whether it's agreeing with their views to avoid conflict or participating in activities that conflict with your principles, compromising your values is a troubling sign that you may be losing yourself. For example, you might agree to cut corners in a financial decision because your partner insists it's not a big deal, even though honesty is a core value for you. Or perhaps you stay silent about an issue that matters deeply to you because you fear their disapproval. These moments may feel minor, but they chip away at your integrity and create internal conflict. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of living in alignment with our values. Epictetus reminds us, "No man is free who is not master of himself." When you betray your principles, you lose mastery over your actions, leaving you disconnected from your true self. To address this, reflect on what matters most to you. Write down your core values and consider whether your relationship supports or challenges them. If you find yourself compromising too often, it's time to have an honest conversation with your partner. Express your feelings calmly. I feel strongly about value, and it's important that we respect that in our relationship. Living true to your values is non-negotiable. A relationship that forces you to compromise your integrity is not a partnership. It's a loss of self. Stand firm in who you are and let your actions reflect the strength of your character. 4. Your social circle has shrunk. Have you noticed that your friendships and family connections have started to fade since entering your relationship? While it's normal for priorities to shift, completely losing touch with your social circle is a red flag that you might be overly focused on your partner at the expense of other meaningful relationships. Perhaps you used to meet friends for coffee regularly, but now you decline invitations, feeling guilty about spending time away from your partner. Or maybe you've stopped calling family as often because your schedule revolves around your relationship. Over time, these decisions isolate you, leaving your partner as your sole source of connection and support. Stoicism teaches us the value of balance in our relationships. Marcus Aurelius said, "We are made for cooperation, like feet, like hands, like eyelids." This cooperation extends beyond romantic relationships to include friends, family, and the broader community. A fulfilling life requires nurturing a variety of connections, not relying solely on one. Rekindle your social circle by reaching out to friends and family intentionally. Schedule regular catch-ups, even if it's just a quick call or a coffee date. Let your partner know that maintaining these relationships is important to you and your overall well-being. A healthy relationship encourages growth in all areas of life, including your social connections. By fostering a strong support network, you enrich your life and avoid the pitfalls of isolation. True strength comes from balancing love for others with love for yourself and your community. 5. You feel overly responsible for their happiness. Do you find yourself constantly trying to keep your partner happy, even at the expense of your own well-being? While supporting each other is a cornerstone of a healthy relationship, feeling overly responsible for your partner's emotions can leave you drained and disconnected from your own needs. Imagine your partner is upset and you drop everything to comfort them, even if it means neglecting an important task or compromising your own peace of mind. Or you find yourself walking on eggshells, constantly trying to anticipate and prevent anything that might upset them. This pattern often leads to burnout as you take on more emotional labor than is fair or sustainable. Stoicism reminds us that we cannot control others, only our own actions and responses. Epictetus said, "It is not events that disturb people, but their judgments about them." Your partner's happiness is ultimately their responsibility, just as yours is yours. Taking this to heart helps create a balanced, healthier dynamic. To address this, practice setting emotional boundaries. Offer support without overextending yourself. I'm here for you, but I also need to take care of myself right now. Encourage your partner to take ownership of their emotions while ensuring your own needs are met. A strong relationship is a partnership, not a one-sided effort. By sharing the responsibility for emotional well-being, you foster mutual respect and allow each person to grow independently and together. 6. You've lost your independence. Independence is vital in any relationship, yet it's often one of the first things sacrificed when you begin to lose yourself. Over time, you might find that your decisions, goals, and even daily routines revolve entirely around your partner, leaving little room for your own identity. For example, you stop pursuing personal goals because they don't align with your partner's plans, or you avoid making decisions without first consulting them, even for matters that primarily affect you. This level of dependence may seem harmless at first, but it erodes your confidence and creates an unhealthy dynamic. Stoicism teaches us to preserve our autonomy. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." If your independence is compromised, your sense of self, and therefore your happiness, is weakened. Reclaiming your independence starts with small steps. Set goals that are entirely your own, whether it's pursuing a hobby, taking a class, or advancing in your career. Make decisions that prioritize your needs and desires, and communicate with your partner about the importance of maintaining individuality within the relationship. A healthy relationship doesn't stifle independence, it celebrates it. By reclaiming your autonomy, you strengthen both yourself and the partnership, creating a foundation of mutual respect and balance. 7. You avoid conflict at all costs. Conflict is an inevitable part of any relationship, but avoiding it entirely can be a sign that you're losing yourself. When you suppress your feelings or agree with your partner just to maintain peace, you sacrifice your voice and create an imbalance in the relationship. For instance, imagine your partner suggests something you're uncomfortable with, but instead of expressing your concerns, you go along with it to avoid an argument. Or perhaps you hold back your true feelings about a recurring issue, fearing it will cause tension. Over time, these unspoken conflicts build resentment and distance. Stoicism encourages us to face challenges with courage and rationality. Marcus Aurelius advised, "You must build up your life action by action and be content if each one achieves its goal as far as possible." Addressing conflict constructively is one of those necessary actions for a balanced and honest relationship. Start by expressing your concerns calmly and clearly. "I feel uncomfortable with this, and I'd like to talk about it." Focus on solutions rather than assigning blame. Healthy conflict can strengthen a relationship by fostering understanding and trust, while avoiding it only deepens the divide. A relationship built on suppressed emotions is fragile. By facing conflict with openness and courage, you not only maintain your sense of self, but also nurture a stronger, more authentic connection with your partner. 8. You're neglecting self-care. Have you stopped prioritizing your own physical, mental, or emotional well-being? When you consistently put your partner's needs above your own, self-care often becomes an afterthought. Over time, this neglect can leave you feeling exhausted, unbalanced, and disconnected from yourself. For example, you skip workouts or healthy meals because your partner's schedule or preferences take precedence. Or you stop carving out alone time because you feel guilty for prioritizing yourself. While it may seem noble to focus on your partner, neglecting self-care depletes your ability to show up fully in the relationship. Stoicism teaches us the importance of nurturing our inner and outer well-being. As Epictetus said, "Take care of your body as if it were a temple." Self-care isn't selfish, it's essential. Without it, you cannot bring your best self to any aspect of life, including your relationship. Start by reclaiming small moments for yourself. Dedicate 20 minutes each day to something that recharges you, whether it's meditating, exercising, or reading. Communicate to your partner that self-care is non-negotiable for your health and happiness. A supportive partner will respect this and encourage you to take time for yourself. Remember, you can't pour from an empty cup. Prioritizing self-care ensures you remain balanced and capable of nurturing both yourself and your relationship. 9. You feel unrecognized or invisible. Do you feel like your thoughts, feelings, and achievements go unnoticed in your relationship? When your partner dominates conversations or dismisses your contributions, it can leave you feeling unappreciated and invisible. For instance, you might share an accomplishment only for your partner to downplay it or quickly shift the focus back to themselves. Or you might express a concern only to feel like your voice isn't being heard. Over time, this dynamic erodes your confidence and makes you question your value in the relationship. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of self-worth. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Man must consider not only his functions, but what the thing is which forms his judgment." Your value isn't diminished because someone else fails to see it. It is inherent and unwavering. If you feel invisible, address it with honesty and assertiveness. I feel like my thoughts and feelings aren't being acknowledged, and I'd like us to work on communicating better. A healthy relationship is built on mutual recognition and respect. By ensuring your voice is heard, you reaffirm your worth and create a more balanced dynamic. A wise person knows that recognition begins with self-respect. 10. You don't recognize yourself anymore. Perhaps the most alarming sign that you're losing yourself in a relationship is the feeling that you've become a stranger to yourself. Your goals, passions, and even your personality feel muted or entirely absent, leaving you wondering who you've become. For example, you used to dream of pursuing a certain career, but now that vision feels distant or irrelevant. Or maybe your sense of humor, once vibrant and carefree, has been replaced by constant worry about pleasing your partner. This loss of self can create a deep sense of emptiness. Stoicism teaches us that self-awareness is essential to a meaningful life. Seneca said, "To live is to be mindful." Recognizing when you've strayed from your true self is the first step toward reclaiming your identity. Reconnect with yourself by revisiting your goals, values, and passions. Spend time reflecting on what truly matters to you and take deliberate steps to reintroduce those elements into your life. Communicate your journey to your partner. I've realized I've lost touch with some parts of myself, and I'd like to focus on rediscovering them. A healthy relationship supports individuality and growth. By rediscovering who you are, you not only strengthen yourself, but also bring greater depth and authenticity to the partnership. As the Stoics remind us, true freedom lies in living authentically and in harmony with our values. Reclaim yourself, and the rest will follow. Solutions: how to reclaim yourself in a relationship. Recognizing that you're losing yourself in a relationship is the first step toward change. The good news is that reclaiming your sense of self doesn't mean ending the relationship. It means rebalancing it. By addressing these patterns with clarity and wisdom, you can create a healthier, more fulfilling dynamic. Here are practical steps to help you realign with your true self. 1. Practice self-reflection. Self-awareness is the cornerstone of personal growth. Reflect on how you've changed since entering the relationship. Ask yourself, what parts of myself have I let go of, and why? Journaling or meditating can help you uncover where you've compromised too much and what you need to reclaim. Stoicism encourages regular introspection. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Look within. Within is the fountain of good, and it will ever bubble up if you will ever dig." By understanding your inner needs, you can begin to realign your life with your values. 2. Set clear boundaries. Healthy relationships thrive on mutual respect and boundaries. Identify areas where you've overextended yourself, whether it's emotional labor, time, or energy, and communicate your limits to your partner. For example, if you've been neglecting your hobbies, let your partner know. I'd like to dedicate some evenings to my painting. It's something that helps me feel grounded. Boundaries are not walls, they're bridges that foster understanding and respect. 3. Reconnect with your passions. Rediscover activities that make you feel alive, whether it's taking up an old hobby, exploring a new interest, or dedicating time to personal goals. Prioritize these pursuits as essential to your well-being. Seneca's wisdom applies here. True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future. By reintroducing joy into your life, you reclaim a vital part of who you are. 4. Strengthen outside relationships. A balanced life includes connections beyond your romantic relationship. Rebuild ties with friends, family, and your community. Schedule regular meetups or calls with loved ones and invest in these relationships as a source of support and fulfillment. As Marcus Aurelius said, we are made for cooperation. Nurturing your wider circle enhances your sense of belonging and prevents over-reliance on your partner. 5. Foster independence. Regain confidence in your ability to navigate life on your own terms. Set personal goals and make decisions that align with your values, even if they don't directly involve your partner. Independence isn't about separation. It's about maintaining your identity while being part of a partnership. Epictetus reminds us, no man is free who is not master of himself. True freedom in a relationship comes from standing firm in your individuality. Losing yourself in a relationship doesn't happen overnight, and reclaiming yourself takes time, reflection, and deliberate action. The key is to approach this process with grace and wisdom, understanding that a healthy relationship is one where both partners grow together while maintaining their individuality. Stoic philosophy offers timeless guidance. Live in alignment with your values, nurture your inner self, and embrace the strength that comes from knowing who you are. By practicing self-reflection, setting boundaries, and fostering your passions and independence, you can create a partnership that enhances, not erases, your identity. Remember, as the Stoics teach, balance and self-awareness are essential for a fulfilling life. You deserve a relationship that uplifts and inspires you without compromising your sense of self. Take the first step today and trust that by prioritizing yourself, you'll create a healthier, more authentic connection with both your partner and yourself. If you found this video insightful, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more wisdom and guidance on navigating life's challenges. Your support means so much and helps us continue creating meaningful content. We'd love to hear from you. Have you ever felt like you were losing yourself in a relationship? How did you recognize it, and what steps did you take to reclaim your identity? Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. Let's learn from each other and grow together.
Here are 10 ways to stop people from disrespecting you and take control of how you're treated starting today. Ever felt the sting of someone cutting you off mid-sentence or dismissing your opinions like they don't matter? It's frustrating, isn't it? But here's the truth. People will treat you how you allow them to treat you. In the next few minutes, you'll learn the exact strategies to stop disrespect in its tracks and earn the respect you deserve in every area of your life. Here's where it gets interesting. Most people think respect comes naturally, or that you have to demand it aggressively. That's a mistake. The real secret? It starts with subtle shifts in how you communicate, how you set boundaries, and even how you carry yourself. One of these tips is so simple yet so powerful that it can transform how people treat you today. But before we dive in, here's what you need to know. These aren't just random ideas. They're proven strategies that work in real life, even for the toughest relationships and situations. If you've been tolerating disrespect for too long, or feeling unsure how to address it without creating conflict, this video will show you exactly what to do. Stick with me to the end, and you'll not only have the tools to stop disrespect, but also to command respect naturally. No shouting, no drama, just quiet, undeniable power. Let's dive in. 1. Set clear boundaries. If you don't define your boundaries, someone else will define them for you, and they'll likely put themselves first. Imagine this. You're hosting a party at your house, and a guest starts rummaging through your fridge without asking. Most people would feel uncomfortable, but they wouldn't say anything, thinking, I don't want to make it awkward. But here's the truth. By staying silent, you've silently allowed that behavior. This applies to every area of life. Your time, energy, emotions, and even your dignity. Jordan Peterson would remind us that chaos thrives in the absence of order. Alan Watts might say, it's your failure to set boundaries that invites disrespect because you haven't honored yourself first. Tony Robbins would passionately shout, raise your standards, and they're all right. Think about a time someone ignored your wishes or overstepped your comfort zone. Did you brush it off? Why? Because confrontation felt worse than enduring the disrespect? That's a lie we tell ourselves to avoid temporary discomfort, but it causes lasting damage. Setting boundaries is not about being rude or domineering. It's about clarity. When you respect yourself enough to say, this is what I will not tolerate, you signal to others how to treat you. Be polite, but firm. You can say, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but this is my space. Or, I'm happy to help, but I need a heads up next time. Boundaries are your invisible armor, and every time you enforce them, you strengthen them. People might test you at first, but over time they'll recognize that crossing those lines has consequences. It's not selfish to protect your dignity, it's the foundation of mutual respect. And if you don't build that foundation, no one will build it for you. 2. Respect yourself. First. Respect is a mirror. How you see yourself is often how others will see you. Think about it. Would you take advice on fitness from someone who doesn't even work out? Or financial wisdom from someone drowning in debt? The same principle applies to respect. If you don't show yourself respect, why should anyone else? Imagine this. You're running late, and instead of eating something nutritious, you grab a bag of chips. You skip your morning routine because you feel overwhelmed. By the time you face the world, you're frazzled and off balance. This might seem like a small thing, but every neglected action sends a subtle message to your subconscious. I don't value myself enough to prioritize my needs. When you don't value yourself, others pick up on that energy. To earn respect, you must first embody it. This means keeping your promises to yourself, whether it's showing up to the gym, committing to self-care, or even speaking kindly to yourself when you make mistakes. Respect begins in the little decisions, standing tall, looking people in the eye, and speaking with conviction. When you respect yourself, you exude an unspoken confidence that others can't ignore. It's not arrogance, it's self-assurance. You're saying to the world, I'm worth treating well. This doesn't just change how people treat you, it changes how you handle challenges. You're less likely to accept mistreatment because you know your worth. So, the next time someone interrupts you or dismisses your opinions, ask yourself, have I shown myself enough respect to demand better? It starts with you. When you carry yourself like someone who matters, people can't help but notice, and they'll follow your lead. Respect is contagious, but it has to begin within. 3. Be assertive, not aggressive. There's a fine line between standing up for yourself and bulldozing over others. Assertiveness is the art of speaking your truth with confidence and clarity without resorting to aggression. It's about saying, I matter, and so do you. But here's the catch. Most people confuse assertiveness with confrontation, and that fear keeps them silent. Picture this. You're in a meeting, and a colleague cuts you off mid-sentence. Your heart races, and you freeze. You think, if I push back, they'll think I'm rude. So you let it slide. But later you replay the moment over and over, frustrated not just with them, but with yourself. The truth is, assertiveness doesn't have to create conflict. Instead of snapping back with, "Can you stop interrupting me?" you could calmly say, "I'd like to finish my point, then I'm happy to hear your thoughts." Notice the difference? The first response fuels tension, the second diffuses it, while firmly reclaiming your space. Being assertive is about communicating with calm authority. Use I statements to express how you feel without blaming others. For example, I feel undervalued when my ideas are overlooked, instead of, you never listen to me. This approach keeps the conversation productive and keeps you in control of your emotions. Remember, assertiveness isn't just about defending yourself. It's about teaching others how to interact with you. When you address disrespect directly and calmly, you're setting a precedent. I won't accept less than respect, but I'll handle it with grace. Practice this skill daily, even in small ways. Say no to commitments you can't handle. Speak up when someone crosses a line. Assertiveness is like a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it becomes, and the less likely anyone will dare to disrespect you. 4. Don't tolerate disrespect. Respect is not just given, it's maintained through consistent reinforcement of your boundaries. Every time you overlook disrespect, you unintentionally signal that such behavior is acceptable. Think back to moments when someone made a snide remark or belittled your efforts, and you chose to laugh it off or stay silent. Maybe you thought, it's not worth the fuss. But each instance accumulates, eroding your self-worth and inviting more of the same treatment. Imagine you're a gatekeeper of a castle. If you allow trespassers to enter unchallenged, soon the castle becomes overrun and its value diminishes. Your personal boundaries are much like that castle. By not addressing disrespect, you're leaving the gates wide open. It's essential to address issues as they arise, not with hostility, but with firm clarity. Confrontation doesn't have to be a battle, it can be a dialogue. The next time someone crosses a line, address it promptly. You might say, "I didn't appreciate that comment. Let's keep our interactions respectful." This approach is direct, yet maintains the dignity of both parties. It prevents resentment from building up and promotes healthier communication. Remember, people often test limits, sometimes unconsciously. By standing up the first time disrespect occurs, you set a clear standard. You're teaching others how to treat you. This doesn't just apply to blatant disrespect, but also to subtle behaviors, interruptions, disregard for your time, or dismissive attitudes. It's also crucial to reflect on why you might tolerate disrespect. Are you afraid of conflict? Do you worry about losing relationships? Understand that any relationship requiring you to endure disrespect is not a relationship worth keeping. Prioritizing your self-respect may mean making tough choices about who you allow in your life. Ultimately, refusing to tolerate disrespect is an act of self-love. It's declaring to the world and to yourself that you deserve to be treated with dignity. By holding firm to this standard, you not only uplift yourself, but also encourage others to rise to the occasion. 5. Choose your company wisely. You are the average of the people you spend the most time with, and that includes how much respect you receive. If you're constantly surrounded by people who belittle you, dismiss your ideas, or undermine your confidence, it's time to reevaluate your circle. Think about it. Would you let someone plant weeds in your garden and expect the flowers to thrive? The same goes for your personal relationships. Take a moment to reflect on your interactions. Are there people in your life who make you feel small, unheard, or unimportant? Maybe it's the friend who always interrupts your stories, the coworker who takes credit for your ideas, or even a family member who never acknowledges your efforts. Their behavior isn't just a reflection of them, it's also a reflection of what you've been willing to accept. Surrounding yourself with the right people can transform the way you experience respect. Seek out individuals who uplift you, challenge you constructively, and value your presence. These are the people who will celebrate your wins, stand by you in tough times, and never take advantage of your kindness. This isn't about cutting people off recklessly. It's about making intentional choices. If someone consistently disrespects you, despite your efforts to address it, it might be time to step back or limit your interactions. Protecting your energy isn't selfish. It's necessary. Start small. Spend more time with those who treat you well and less time with those who don't. Build new connections with people who align with your values and appreciate your worth. Over time, you'll notice a shift. When you're surrounded by respect, you'll naturally demand it from everyone else. Choosing your company wisely isn't just about relationships. It's about creating an environment where you can thrive and where respect becomes the standard, not the exception. 6. Improve your communication skills. Respect isn't just about what you expect from others. It's also about how you express yourself. Clear, confident communication is a powerful tool that can either command respect or invite disregard. Think of communication like a bridge. If it's poorly constructed, it collapses under pressure, leaving misunderstanding and disrespect in its wake. But when it's strong and intentional, it connects people with clarity and mutual respect. Picture this. You're in a conversation and someone interrupts you. You feel the frustration rise, but instead of addressing it, you trail off, letting them dominate. Later, you regret not standing your ground. This happens because we're often unprepared to navigate these moments. Strong communication skills change that. Start by speaking with confidence. Confidence doesn't mean shouting or demanding attention. It's about delivering your words with clarity and conviction. Avoid filler words like or maybe, which can undermine your message. For example, instead of saying, "I guess I'd like to share something," say, "I have a point I'd like to make." Simple shifts like this can dramatically alter how others perceive you. Active listening is equally important. When you truly listen, you show respect to others, and they're more likely to reciprocate. Maintain eye contact, nod to show engagement, and respond thoughtfully. This creates a foundation of mutual respect that makes it easier to demand the same. Finally, learn to manage your tone. A calm, steady voice conveys authority and self-assurance. Even when addressing disrespect, avoid raising your voice or sounding defensive. Instead, Use assertive but respectful language like, "I'd appreciate it if we could keep this discussion constructive." Mastering communication takes practice, but it's one of the most effective ways to stop people from disrespecting you. When you articulate your thoughts with clarity, confidence, and respect, you'll naturally earn the same in return. 7. Lead by example. Respect is a two-way street, and the best way to teach others how to treat you is to model that behavior yourself. Think of it this way. If you want to be respected, you must first show respect, not just to others, but also in how you carry yourself and interact with the world. People take their cues from you, and your actions set the tone for the relationships around you. Imagine you're at work, and a heated discussion unfolds. Instead of jumping in with accusations or letting frustration dictate your tone, you take a breath, listen actively, and respond thoughtfully. By maintaining composure and respecting everyone involved, you subtly communicate, "This is how I expect to be treated too." When you lead with respect, you're teaching others that you value yourself and those around you. This could mean being punctual to meetings, showing gratitude, or acknowledging others' contributions. These small, consistent acts reinforce the idea that you hold respect as a non-negotiable standard. But here's the twist. Leading by example doesn't mean being a pushover. You can be kind without being weak, respectful without tolerating disrespect. If someone crosses a boundary, address it calmly but firmly. For instance, say, "I appreciate your feedback, but the tone feels dismissive. Let's keep this constructive." By doing so, you demonstrate respect for the conversation while holding others accountable. Respectful leadership inspires others to rise to your level. People are drawn to those who exude calm authority and fairness, and they're more likely to reflect those qualities back. When you embody the respect you expect, it creates a ripple effect. The result? A stronger foundation of mutual respect in every relationship and interaction. Lead by example, and watch how the world starts treating you differently. 8. Build confidence. Confidence is your shield against disrespect. When you truly believe in your worth, others sense it, and they're far less likely to challenge it. Think of someone you admire who carries themselves with unwavering confidence. They don't have to demand respect. It seems to flow to them naturally. Why? Because confidence radiates an unspoken message. I know who I am, and I won't settle for less. Now imagine yourself walking into a room where everyone's attention shifts to you, not because you're loud or flashy, but because of the way you carry yourself. Your posture is upright, your steps are deliberate, and your energy exudes self-assurance. That's the power of confidence. It's not about arrogance, it's about knowing your value and projecting it effortlessly. But here's the thing. Confidence isn't something you're born with. It's something you build. Start by keeping promises to yourself, no matter how small. If you say you'll wake up early, follow through. If you commit to learning a new skill, dedicate yourself to it. Each fulfilled promise strengthens your trust in yourself, and that trust is the foundation of confidence. Confidence also grows when you step outside your comfort zone. Every challenge you overcome reinforces the belief that you can handle more. Whether it's speaking up in a meeting, trying a new activity, or asserting yourself in a difficult conversation, these small victories add up. When you're confident, you won't tolerate disrespect because you know you deserve better. If someone challenges your value, you won't crumble. You'll stand firm. Confidence isn't loud. It's steady. It's not about proving others wrong, but about knowing deep down that you're right to demand respect. Build it piece by piece, and you'll find that disrespect doesn't just bounce off your shield, it stops showing up at all. 9. Stand up for yourself. There comes a moment when you need to draw the line, not with anger but with unwavering resolve. Standing up for yourself isn't about being combative. It's about showing others and yourself that you refuse to accept disrespect. The truth is, the way you respond in those crucial moments defines how people will treat you moving forward. Think about a time when someone spoke to you in a way that made you feel small or dismissed. Maybe you laughed it off or said nothing, thinking, it's not worth the trouble. But afterward, that moment lingered in your mind, replaying like a broken record. That frustration wasn't just about their words, it was about your silence. Standing up for yourself isn't easy, but it's essential. When someone crosses the line, address it directly and calmly. For instance, if a co-worker interrupts you, say, "I wasn't finished speaking. Please let me complete my thought." Or if someone makes a hurtful comment, respond with, "That's not an acceptable way to speak to me." These are simple, powerful phrases that communicate your boundaries without escalating the situation. The key is composure. When you respond calmly, you're in control. People are far less likely to argue with someone who is firm but poised. Overreacting can undermine your message, but steady, respectful confrontation sends a clear signal. I respect myself, and I expect the same from you. Each time you stand up for yourself, you strengthen your confidence and reinforce your boundaries. It's not just about stopping disrespect in the moment. It's about reshaping how people perceive you. Over time, others will learn that you're not someone to be taken lightly, and you'll feel the quiet power of knowing you've reclaimed your dignity. 10. Walk away when needed. Sometimes the most powerful statement you can make is to remove yourself from a situation or relationship where disrespect persists. Walking away doesn't mean you've given up. It means you've chosen yourself. It's a declaration that your peace, dignity, and self-worth are non-negotiable. Imagine this. You've repeatedly asked someone to respect your boundaries, but they ignore you every time. You've tried to address the issue calmly, stood up for yourself, and given them opportunities to change. Yet, the disrespect continues. At some point, you have to ask yourself, what am I holding on to, and at what cost? Walking away isn't always easy, especially if it's a close friend, a partner, or even a long-time colleague. There's an emotional attachment, a history that makes letting go feel painful. But staying in a toxic situation is like clinging to a rope that's burning your hands. The longer you hold on, the more damage it does. When you walk away, you're reclaiming your power. It's a reminder to yourself and to others that you will not tolerate being treated poorly. This doesn't always mean cutting someone out completely. It could mean taking a step back, creating distance, or limiting your interactions to maintain your emotional health. In the end, walking away is an act of self-respect. It's not about punishing the other person. It's about protecting your own well-being. People who truly value you will notice and may even adjust their behavior. And for those who don't, let them go. Life is too short to invest in relationships or situations that drain you. By walking away when needed, you open the door for healthier, more respectful connections to enter your life. Remember, choosing yourself is never the wrong choice. Respect starts with you. And today you've learned 10 powerful ways to stop people from disrespecting you and create the boundaries you deserve. Whether it's setting clear limits, standing up for yourself, or walking away when necessary. Each strategy is a step toward building the respect and confidence that will transform your life. Now it's your turn. Which of these strategies resonated with you the most? Have you ever faced a situation where you had to demand respect? I'd love to hear your thoughts and takeaways. Share them in the comments below. Let's start a conversation that inspires everyone in our community to live with dignity and strength. If you found this video valuable, don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel for more life-changing advice, and share this video with someone who could use these tips today. Your support helps us continue creating content that empowers and uplifts. Thank you for watching, and remember, respect yourself and the world will follow. See you in the next video.
Have you ever felt like a pawn in someone else's game? Like a disposable tool used and discarded at their convenience? In a world where genuine connections are increasingly rare, it's crucial to identify the wolves in sheep's clothing, those who masquerade as friends but harbor ulterior motives. In this eye-opening exploration, we'll delve into the 10 telltale attitudes that expose a person's true colors, revealing that their concern for you is nothing more than a facade. Brace yourself as we unravel the threads of deceit and manipulation, empowering you to create a life surrounded by authentic, nurturing relationships. 1. The chameleon's selective availability. Picture this. You're in the midst of a crisis, desperately in need of a listening ear and a shoulder to lean on. You reach out to someone you consider a friend, only to be met with deafening silence. Days pass, and your messages remain unread, your calls unanswered. Yet when they require a favor or need something from you, they miraculously reappear, ready to engage. This selective availability is a glaring red flag, exposing the one-sided nature of the relationship. True friends are there through thick and thin, not just when it's convenient for them. If you find yourself consistently on the giving end, while your own needs are neglected, it's time to reassess the dynamic. 2. The narcissist's lack of personal interest. In the tapestry of genuine friendship, curiosity and empathy are the golden threads that bind hearts together. A true friend is invested in your life, eager to learn about your dreams, fears, and daily struggles. They listen attentively, offering support and celebrating your triumphs. However, when you encounter someone who rarely inquires about your well-being, focusing solely on their own needs and desires, it's a clear indication that you are merely a means to an end. They see you as a resource to be tapped rather than a multifaceted individual with intrinsic worth. This lack of personal interest is a billboard announcing loud and clear that their concern for you is superficial at best. 3. The manipulator's guilt trips and emotional blackmail. Manipulators are master puppeteers, skillfully pulling the strings of guilt and obligation to bend you to their will. They wield phrases like, "If you were really my friend, you would," as weapons, aiming to coerce you into compliance. These guilt trips are a form of emotional blackmail designed to erode your boundaries and exploit your kindness. In healthy relationships, respect and free will are the cornerstones, not manipulation and coercion. If someone consistently employs these tactics, it's a glaring sign that they prioritize their own agenda over your well-being. It's time to cut the strings and reclaim your autonomy. 4. The disrespectful leech's persistent lack of consideration. Respect is the lifeblood of any meaningful relationship. It's the understanding that your time, energy, and needs are just as valuable as theirs. When someone consistently disregards your boundaries, showing up late, canceling plans last minute, or demanding your attention at inappropriate times, they are broadcasting their lack of respect for you. This persistent pattern of disrespectful behavior, without any genuine effort to change, is a neon sign indicating that they view you as a disposable commodity. It's time to set firm boundaries and demand the respect you deserve. 5. The shallow socialite superficial bonding. In the realm of authentic connections, depth is the key that unlocks the doors to meaningful relationships. When conversations consistently remain at a surface level, never venturing beyond small talk and trivial topics, it's a red flag that the person is not invested in truly getting to know you. They may be pleasant company for a casual encounter, but their lack of interest in your inner world reveals the shallow nature of the bond. Reflect on whether this connection offers genuine growth and mutual understanding, or if it's merely a mirage of friendship. 6. The fair weather friend's absence in crucial moments. Life is a tapestry woven with moments of joy and sorrow, triumph and adversity. It is during the darkest hours that true friendships shine the brightest. When you find yourself navigating a storm, a genuine friend is there to weather it with you, offering unwavering support and empathy. However, if someone is conspicuously absent during your times of need, offering only superficial platitudes or empty promises, it's a glaring sign that their commitment to the relationship is conditional. True friends stand by you, not just in the sunshine, but in the rain as well. 7. The opportunist calculated connections. In the world of social climbing, some individuals view relationships as mere rungs on a ladder to success. They strategically align themselves with those they perceive as beneficial to their goals, only to discard them when they've outlived their usefulness. If you notice someone consistently gravitating towards those with influence, power, or status while neglecting genuine connections, it's a red flag that their interest in you is purely transactional. True friends value you for who you are, not what you can do for them. 8. The competitive frenemies, constant comparison. A true friend celebrates your successes and shares in your joys. However, when someone consistently compares themselves to you, constantly trying to one-up your achievements or downplay your accomplishments, it's a sign that they view you as a rival rather than a friend. This competitive behavior breeds resentment and undermines the foundation of trust and support that genuine friendships are built upon. If you find yourself constantly walking on eggshells, afraid to share your triumphs for fear of triggering their insecurities, it's time to re-evaluate the relationship. 9. The gossip monger's breach of trust. Trust is the cornerstone of any meaningful relationship. When you confide in someone, you trust that they will hold your secrets and vulnerabilities with care and respect. However, if you discover that someone has been sharing your private information with others, gossiping behind your back, or using your confessions against you, it's a glaring sign that they have little regard for your trust and well-being. A true friend protects your privacy and maintains confidentiality, understanding the sacred nature of the bond you share. 10. The toxic critic's constant negativity. In life's journey, we need companions who uplift and inspire us, not those who constantly drag us down with their negativity. If someone consistently criticizes your choices, belittles your dreams, or undermines your self-esteem, it's a red flag that they are not invested in your growth and happiness. A true friend offers constructive feedback and support, encouraging you to be your best self. They celebrate your uniqueness and help you navigate challenges with compassion and wisdom. If you find yourself constantly drained and discouraged after interactions with someone, it's time to reassess the impact they have on your mental and emotional well-being. The importance of emotional boundaries and self-worth. Recognizing these toxic attitudes is the first step in protecting your emotional well-being and cultivating a life filled with genuine reciprocal relationships. It's essential to establish clear boundaries, communicating your needs and expectations with assertiveness and compassion. Surround yourself with individuals who uplift and inspire you, those who celebrate your successes and support you through challenges. Remember, your worth is not defined by how others treat you, but by how you treat yourself. Embrace your inherent value and refuse to settle for relationships that diminish your spirit. Seek out connections that nourish your soul, where mutual respect, empathy, and growth are the foundations. As you navigate the complex landscape of human interactions, trust your intuition and the wisdom gained from experience. Be willing to let go of those who consistently drain your energy and erode your self-esteem. Instead, invest in relationships that inspire you to be your best self, where love, respect, and authenticity are the guiding lights. In a world where genuine connections are precious gems, it's crucial to be discerning in who you allow into your inner circle. By recognizing the 10 attitudes of those who don't truly care, you empower yourself to create a life surrounded by individuals who value and cherish you for who you are. So, dear viewer, embrace your worth, set healthy boundaries, and cultivate relationships that uplift your spirit. Remember, you are deserving of love, respect, and genuine connection. Don't settle for anything less. Have you ever wondered why some people seem to thrive in the face of adversity while others struggle to cope? What if you could develop a mindset that empowers you to handle life's challenges with grace and strength? The ancient philosophy of Stoicism offers timeless principles that can help you build resilience and inner fortitude. By embracing these 20 Stoic principles, you can transform your approach to life's inevitable ups and downs, finding not only strength, but also a deeper sense of peace and fulfillment. Let's explore how these powerful ideas can guide you toward a more resilient and empowered life. 1. Practice mindfulness. Practicing mindfulness means being fully present in the moment, aware of your thoughts, feelings, and surroundings, without judgment. This principle can significantly enhance your resilience by grounding you in the here and now. For instance, imagine you're walking in a park. Instead of being lost in worries about the future or regrets about the past, you focus on the sights, sounds, and smells around you. You notice the vibrant colors of the flowers, the rustling of leaves in the breeze, and the scent of fresh grass. This simple act of mindfulness can reduce stress and increase your appreciation for life's small pleasures. In a work setting, practicing mindfulness might involve paying full attention to a meeting, listening intently to colleagues without planning your next response, which can lead to more productive and meaningful interactions. By training yourself to stay present, you can improve your ability to handle stress, make clearer decisions, and build stronger relationships. 2. Always expect the worst. Expecting the worst doesn't mean being pessimistic. It's about preparing yourself mentally for potential challenges. This approach reduces anxiety and enhances resilience. For example, a project manager anticipates possible setbacks, like delays in delivery or unexpected technical issues. By considering these scenarios, they develop contingency plans, ensuring they're ready to handle any problem that arises. This preparation leads to a more composed and effective response when faced with real difficulties. Similarly, an athlete visualizes not just winning, but also dealing with injuries or losses, which helps them stay focused and resilient under pressure. By expecting the worst, you can turn potential setbacks into manageable challenges. 3. Make alliances with winning people. Surrounding yourself with positive influences is crucial for personal growth and resilience. Think of a student who struggles with motivation. By joining a study group with diligent classmates, they find themselves inspired to adopt better study habits and achieve higher grades. Similarly, an entrepreneur partners with experienced business people who provide valuable advice and support, leading to better decision-making and business success. These alliances not only offer encouragement, but also expose you to new perspectives and strategies. Winning people lift you up, help you stay motivated, and guide you through challenges, making your journey smoother and more rewarding. 4. Remember, death is inevitable. The awareness of mortality can profoundly impact your priorities and decisions. Consider a professional who spends all their time working, neglecting family and personal interests. After a close friend's sudden passing, they realize the importance of balancing work with quality time spent with loved ones and pursuing personal passions. This shift in perspective leads to a more fulfilling and balanced life. Embracing the inevitability of death helps you focus on what truly matters, whether it's strengthening relationships, pursuing meaningful goals, or simply enjoying life's fleeting moments. This awareness encourages you to live with purpose and intention, making the most of your time. 5. Stop worrying about what is out of your control. Focusing on what you can change and letting go of what you cannot control is a key aspect of Stoic resilience. Imagine a job seeker stressing over a company's hiring decision. Instead of worrying about the outcome, they concentrate on refining their resume, improving interview skills, and exploring other opportunities. This shift in focus not only reduces stress, but also increases their chances of success. In everyday life, a parent might stress about their child's grades, which they cannot directly control. Instead, they focus on providing a supportive learning environment at home. By directing energy toward what's within your control, you reduce unnecessary anxiety and become more effective in handling life's challenges. 6. Your reactions forge your destiny. How you handle misfortune defines your life. Consider two individuals who face a job loss. One becomes despondent and gives up, while the other sees it as an opportunity to pursue a long-held passion. The latter's positive reaction leads to new opportunities and personal growth. Similarly, in a sports context, an athlete who loses a crucial match can either dwell on the loss or use it as motivation to train harder and improve. By choosing to respond constructively to setbacks, you can turn adverse situations into stepping stones for success. Your reactions shape your destiny, making resilience a matter of perspective and choice. 7. Incorporate humility. Adopting a childlike wonder and a willingness to learn fosters resilience and growth. Picture a seasoned chef who, despite years of experience, eagerly attends cooking classes to learn new techniques. This humility keeps their skills sharp and their passion alive. In another scenario, a manager who admits to not having all the answers and seeks input from their team builds a culture of collaboration and continuous improvement. Humility allows you to remain open to new ideas, acknowledge mistakes, and grow from them. It's this mindset that enables you to navigate life's ups and downs with grace and adaptability, always ready to learn and evolve. 8. Bet on simplicity. A simple life reduces stress and pressure, allowing you to focus on what truly matters. Consider a busy professional overwhelmed by commitments. By decluttering their schedule, prioritizing tasks, and saying no to unnecessary obligations, they find more time for relaxation and meaningful activities. This simplification leads to a significant reduction in stress. Similarly, A family that opts for minimalist living, focusing on experiences rather than possessions, often finds greater joy and connection. By betting on simplicity, you create space for what's important, reduce distractions, and enhance your overall well-being. This principle encourages you to find peace in less, fostering a more balanced and content life. 9. True wealth is a contented spirit, and appreciating what you have rather than lamenting what you lack cultivates true wealth. Imagine a person living in a modest home who focuses on the love and joy shared within the family rather than comparing their situation to wealthier neighbors. This contentment brings them more happiness than material wealth ever could. Similarly, a professional who takes pride in their work, regardless of their position, experiences a sense of fulfillment that money can't buy. By shifting your focus from external possessions to internal satisfaction, you develop a richer, more contented spirit. This mindset helps you find joy in everyday moments and appreciate the abundance already present in your life. 10. Guilt is a plague. Avoid blaming others or yourself excessively to foster responsibility and growth. Picture an employee who made a mistake on a project. Instead of dwelling on guilt or blaming colleagues, they acknowledge the error, learn from it, and implement measures to prevent future mistakes. This proactive approach not only enhances their skills, but also builds trust with their team. In personal relationships, letting go of guilt and taking responsibility for your actions can lead to healthier interactions and personal growth. By viewing mistakes as learning opportunities rather than sources of guilt, you create a mindset focused on improvement and resilience. 11. Do not cling to a single hope. Diversify your dreams to increase your chances of success and reduce the impact of setbacks. Consider an artist who dreams of becoming famous. Instead of focusing solely on one gallery exhibition, they explore multiple avenues, like teaching art classes, selling work online, and participating in community projects. This diversification not only opens up various opportunities, but also makes them more resilient to disappointments. In another scenario, a student applies to multiple colleges rather than pinning all hopes on a single institution, ensuring they have options regardless of the outcome. By not clinging to a single hope, you spread your risks and create multiple paths to success. 12. Listen twice as much as you speak. Valuing others' voices over your own can significantly advance your life. Imagine a leader who spends meetings actively listening to team members rather than dominating the conversation. This practice not only boosts team morale, but also uncovers valuable insights and ideas. In personal relationships, a friend who listens attentively builds deeper connections and trust. By listening more, you understand different perspectives, learn from others' experiences, and make more informed decisions. This principle helps you build stronger, more meaningful relationships and fosters a culture of respect and collaboration, both personally and professionally. 13. Ignore those who hate you. Not wasting time on negative people is essential for maintaining your mental well-being. Picture an author who receives harsh criticism online. Instead of engaging with detractors, they focus on positive feedback and constructive critiques, using them to improve their work. This approach not only preserves their peace of mind, but also fosters growth. In a workplace, an employee who ignores toxic gossip and aligns with supportive colleagues finds greater job satisfaction and productivity. By avoiding those who bring negativity into your life, You conserve energy for positive interactions and personal development, creating a more uplifting and empowering environment. 14. Prepare to fail. Embracing failure as a path to improvement is crucial for resilience. Consider an inventor who views each failed prototype not as a setback, but as a step closer to success. This mindset allows them to learn from mistakes and refine their designs, ultimately leading to breakthrough innovations. Similarly, a student who struggles with a difficult subject but views each mistake as a learning opportunity is more likely to improve and succeed. By preparing to fail and seeing it as a necessary part of growth, you become more resilient, persistent, and open to new possibilities, transforming failures into stepping stones for success. 15. Control your reactions. Not letting others dictate your emotional state is a powerful aspect of resilience. Imagine a customer service representative dealing with a rude client. Instead of reacting angrily, they maintain composure, addressing the issue calmly and professionally. This not only diffuses the situation, but also leaves the representative in control of their emotions. In personal relationships, staying calm in the face of conflict allows for more constructive resolution and prevents escalation. By controlling your reactions, you protect your peace of mind and demonstrate emotional strength. This principle empowers you to navigate challenging interactions with grace and maintain your inner balance. 16. Friendship is above wealth. Valuing genuine friendships over material wealth enriches your life profoundly. Picture someone who prioritizes spending time with close friends over working extra hours for more money. These friendships provide emotional support, joy, and a sense of belonging that money cannot buy. In another example, a person chooses to help a friend in need rather than pursuing a lucrative but morally dubious opportunity. This choice strengthens their bond and reinforces their values. By placing friendship above wealth, you build a support system that enhances your happiness and resilience, proving that true riches lie in meaningful relationships. 17. Be aware of the dangers of fortune. Recognizing that wealth can corrupt and attract false friends helps you maintain integrity and genuine relationships. Consider a lottery winner who suddenly finds themselves surrounded by people seeking favors. By being cautious and discerning, they protect their wealth and well-being. In another case, a successful business person stays grounded by maintaining old friendships and focusing on personal values rather than material gains. This awareness helps them navigate the complexities of wealth without losing sight of what truly matters. Understanding the dangers of fortune allows you to handle success wisely, preserving your integrity and ensuring your relationships remain genuine. 18. Extract benefit from everything. Finding the positive in all situations fosters a resilient mindset. Imagine a traveler whose flight gets cancelled. Instead of lamenting the delay, they use the time to explore the airport, meet new people, or catch up on reading. This positive attitude turns a frustrating situation into an opportunity for new experiences. In a work scenario, an employee who misses out on a promotion might use the setback to identify areas for personal growth and skill development. By extracting benefit from every situation, you train yourself to see opportunities in challenges, enhancing your resilience and ability to thrive in any circumstance. 19. Fulfill your duty. Performing your role without expecting praise cultivates a sense of responsibility and inner satisfaction. Picture a nurse who works diligently to care for patients, not for recognition, but out of a genuine commitment to helping others. This dedication not only benefits those they care for, but also provides the nurse with a deep sense of fulfillment. In a family setting, a parent who performs daily chores and responsibilities with love and without seeking accolades creates a nurturing environment. By focusing on fulfilling your duties, you build a strong character and find intrinsic rewards, knowing you've done your best regardless of external acknowledgement. 20. Embrace change. Understanding that change is inevitable and learning to adapt gracefully is essential for resilience. Consider a professional who faces a major industry shift. Instead of resisting, they proactively learn new skills and adapt to the changes, positioning themselves as a valuable asset in the evolving landscape. In personal life, someone who moves to a new city might embrace the opportunity to explore, meet new people, and grow from the experience. By embracing change, you become more flexible and open to new opportunities, turning potential disruptions into pathways for growth and improvement. This adaptability is a cornerstone of a resilient and successful life. In conclusion, by integrating these 20 Stoic principles into your daily life, you can cultivate a mindset of resilience and strength that empowers you to face any challenge with grace and wisdom. Stoicism teaches us that while we cannot always control what happens to us, we can control our reactions and attitudes. This shift in perspective can transform adversity into opportunity, fostering personal growth and inner peace. As you practice namifum, embrace simplicity and focus on what truly matters, you will discover a profound sense of contentment and fulfillment. Embrace these timeless teachings and let them guide you toward a life of greater resilience, strength, and enduring happiness.
Imagine a life where every setback becomes fuel for growth, where validation isn't needed from anyone but yourself, and your peace is truly unbreakable. The ancient Stoics lived through unimaginable challenges, yet found ways to cultivate an inner strength that could weather any storm. They saw resilience as a mindset, a way to thrive, not just survive. What if you could harness that same power? What if you could pursue your dreams quietly, free from the pull of others' opinions, moving through life with intention and purpose? Today I'll share 12 Stoic-inspired principles, a roadmap for building unshakable confidence, focusing your energy, and outsmarting life's chaos. These aren't just philosophical ideas, they're practical tools for modern resilience. If you're ready to turn inward and build the kind of strength that truly lasts, let's dive into the first principle. 1. Nurture my aspirations in silence. When I have a dream or goal, the excitement makes me want to share it with others. But I've learned that sometimes the best thing I can do for my aspirations is to keep them close, to let them grow quietly in my own mind before exposing them to the outside world. The Stoics taught that dreams need nurturing in solitude because, early on, they're fragile, vulnerable to others' doubts and skepticism. By protecting my dreams from premature exposure, I give them the space to strengthen, evolve, and align with my own values. Keeping my aspirations private helps me stay focused on my true motivation, the internal why that drives me. When I share too early, I risk shifting my focus from achieving the goal to seeking others' approval. By holding back, I'm able to build a deeper commitment to my vision, grounded in my own excitement and determination. This practice allows me to recalibrate and adapt freely without feeling the weight of external expectations. Over time, I've realized that my aspirations are often best shared only when they've matured and are ready to stand strong on their own. When the moment comes to bring others into my vision, I do so with the confidence of knowing I've nurtured it authentically. This quiet, deliberate approach reminds me of a Stoic truth. True power comes from action, not from words. By allowing my dreams to develop privately, I'm able to move toward them with a sense of quiet confidence that no amount of external influence can shake. 2. Avoid gossip and focus on self-improvement. It's easy to get drawn into conversations about others, to focus on their flaws, decisions, or situations. But when I spend energy on gossip, I'm not just talking about others, I'm losing precious time and focus that I could use to improve myself. The Stoics remind me that my energy is finite, and every minute spent judging others is a minute I'm not dedicating to my own growth. Instead of discussing others, I aim to turn my focus inward. Gossip can be a subtle drain on my peace of mind and an unnecessary source of comparison and negativity. By avoiding it, I'm not just creating a more positive environment. I'm also cultivating a mindset focused on growth, compassion, and self-awareness. I've seen the difference it makes in my relationships as well. When I steer clear of gossip, I contribute to a culture of respect, trust, and integrity, where people know I value them for who they are, not for judgments I may pass behind their backs. This principle has a powerful impact on my inner peace too. When I focus on self-improvement rather than others' flaws, I experience more clarity and calm. I'm less likely to compare myself or judge others, which brings me greater satisfaction and a clearer sense of purpose. This Stoic approach reminds me that every moment spent improving myself is an investment in becoming a better, stronger version of myself, one who can contribute positively to the world. 3. Protect my energy. Energy is one of my most precious resources, and the Stoics taught me that managing it wisely is key to a fulfilling life. Each day, I encounter distractions, pressures, and minor stresses that can easily sap my energy if I'm not careful. Whether it's getting lost in social media, engaging in unnecessary drama, or worrying about things beyond my control, I've learned that I need to be intentional about where I direct my focus. Protecting my energy means setting boundaries around activities and people that drain me, and instead prioritizing those that uplift me and align with my values. For instance, while empathy is essential, I don't have to constantly surround myself with negativity or situations that disrupt my peace. This sometimes means creating physical or emotional distance to maintain my well-being. I'm better able to give my energy to what truly matters when I'm intentional about what I allow into my life. My own thoughts can be one of the biggest drains on my energy, especially if I let them spiral into worry or self-doubt. By practicing mental discipline, focusing on what I can control and letting go of what I can't, I conserve energy and keep a calm mind. I've come to see that by protecting my energy, I'm actually investing in my resilience and ability to be present. This approach doesn't mean avoiding challenges. It means engaging with them strategically and sustainably, so I have the energy to make meaningful progress in all aspects of my life. 4. Don't boast about your achievements. When I accomplish something meaningful, it's natural to want to share it, to let others know about the hard work I put in. But the Stoics teach us something profound here. True success doesn't need a spotlight. If my achievements are genuine, they'll be evident in the way I carry myself, in the impact of my actions, and in the respect I've earned over time, not in the amount of praise I receive. Whenever I boast, I shift my focus away from the purpose behind the work and onto the accolades. And the more I seek validation from others, the less I feel satisfied within myself. Instead, by practicing quiet humility, I can find fulfillment in the work itself. This shift helps me stay grounded. Rather than seeking recognition, I put my energy into learning and growing, becoming better with each effort. I think of a gardener tending their plants day after day. When their garden blooms, the beauty is evident to anyone who sees it. The gardener doesn't need to shout about their skill because the results speak for themselves. By embodying this principle, I remind myself that my actions and dedication are what really matter, not the approval of others. Letting my work do the talking creates an inner confidence, one that's far more fulfilling than any praise I might receive. In the end, I find that humility brings deeper, more lasting respect. People appreciate authenticity, and by focusing on the work rather than the rewards, I build genuine connections with those around me. By embodying this approach, I cultivate a sense of pride that's rooted in who I am and what I stand for, not just what I've achieved. 5. Keep your next move. Private. There's a certain strength in keeping my plans close to my chest. It's tempting to talk about my goals, to share every detail with those around me. But I found that discussing my intentions too early can sometimes backfire. When I reveal my next steps, I invite opinions, doubts, and even judgments from others that can distract me from my purpose. By keeping my plans to myself, I'm able to focus fully on the actions that will make my goals a reality. I can take each step deliberately, free from the noise of external influence. The Stoics knew that action is more powerful than words. They understood that the future is uncertain and that sharing plans prematurely can create unnecessary pressure. When I act in silence, I protect my focus, giving my dreams the space they need to grow strong. In practice, this means I stay accountable to myself first. If I talk too much about what I plan to do, it can feel like I've already accomplished something, and that sometimes reduces my drive to actually follow through. Keeping my intentions private helps me stay committed, ensuring that my focus remains sharp and my goals unclouded by outside input. Ultimately, this approach reinforces my resilience. By embracing this principle, I'm not just taking steps toward my goals. I'm strengthening my ability to follow through, regardless of what others may think. When the time is right, I'll reveal my progress, but only when I've already built something worth showing. 6. Practice gratitude in solitude. Taking time to practice gratitude, especially in solitude, has become essential to my well-being. In today's world, where we're encouraged to share every moment and seek external validation, I find solace in quietly reflecting on the things I appreciate. In these moments of solitude, I'm able to connect deeply with what truly matters to me. When I'm alone with my thoughts, I'm free from distractions. And this is where gratitude has its deepest impact. I'm not performing for an audience or looking for reactions. I'm simply acknowledging the gifts in my life, big and small. This quiet practice helps me cultivate a genuine sense of contentment, one that isn't dependent on external circumstances. The Stoics believe that gratitude is a foundation for resilience because it shifts focus from what's lacking to what's already present. During these moments, I notice that my perspective shifts. Challenges don't feel as overwhelming because I'm reminded of the support, opportunities, and strengths I already have. By building a gratitude practice in private, I foster a sense of inner peace and resilience. I'm able to face difficulties with a lighter heart, knowing I have a well of gratitude to draw from. Gratitude in solitude also strengthens my relationships. When I approach others from a place of appreciation, they feel it, even if I don't explicitly express it. I bring more positivity into my interactions and become a source of calm and encouragement for those around me. This quiet practice, I've found, builds a reserve of strength that serves me in every area of life. 7. Guard your weaknesses. There's power in understanding my weaknesses, but I don't need to broadcast them to the world. The Stoics remind me that vulnerabilities can be exploited, especially if shared too openly. Acknowledging my weaknesses is crucial for growth, yet by working on them privately, I protect myself from unnecessary scrutiny or judgment. If I openly discuss every flaw, it's easy for others to form a skewed perspective of who I am, focusing more on my struggles than on my strengths. When I keep my weaknesses guarded, I give myself the space to improve at my own pace. I'm not hiding from my challenges. I'm simply choosing to work on them away from prying eyes. This way, I can approach self-improvement with confidence, free from the pressure of others' opinions. Guarding my weaknesses also helps me build resilience. When I work on overcoming challenges quietly, I'm developing skills and strengths that are authentic and deeply rooted. I'm not improving because others expect it of me. I'm doing it for myself. This approach helps me stay focused on my own journey without comparing myself to others. In essence, I'm creating a fortress within myself, one that's reinforced by my own quiet dedication. By embracing this Stoic principle, I'm not just becoming stronger, I'm building an unshakable sense of self-reliance. When I eventually emerge with newfound strengths, I do so with confidence, knowing that I overcame my weaknesses on my own terms. 8. Don't overthink or dwell on challenges. Challenges are inevitable, but dwelling on them rarely brings relief or progress. When I face difficulties, it's tempting to overanalyze or complain, but I found that this only amplifies the issue. The Stoics encourage us to address challenges with a solution-oriented mindset, directing our energy toward what we can control instead of fixating on what's wrong. In practice, this means shifting my focus to action. Instead of getting stuck in a loop of worry, I break down the problem into manageable steps. I remind myself that challenges aren't meant to defeat me. They're opportunities to grow, to develop resilience and resourcefulness. When I view obstacles this way, I find that they lose much of their intimidating power. This approach doesn't mean ignoring my feelings. I can acknowledge my frustration or disappointment, but I don't let it consume me. By choosing not to dwell, I'm reclaiming control over my response to life setbacks. This perspective has taught me to be proactive, to seek solutions rather than get lost in the problem. Leaders who approach challenges with this mindset become a source of calm and stability. When others see that I'm able to move forward without getting bogged down by every obstacle, it inspires confidence and creates a sense of shared resilience. By embracing this Stoic principle, I'm able to handle adversity with a clear mind and a steady heart, always focused on moving forward. 9. Keep your kindness private. When I do something kind, the Stoics remind me that the reward lies in the act itself. In a world where it's common to post about every good deed, there's something deeply satisfying about kindness done quietly. True virtue, they taught, doesn't seek recognition or applause. It's motivated by a genuine desire to contribute positively to the world. By keeping my acts of kindness private, I reinforce that my intentions are pure. I'm not helping others to boost my ego or reputation, but simply because it feels right. This practice also encourages humility, reminding me that the focus isn't on me, it's on the impact I'm creating. When I help others quietly, I feel connected to something bigger than myself, which brings a profound sense of fulfillment. The beauty of unspoken kindness is that it often inspires others. People notice kindness even when it's not broadcasted. It's a quiet strength, one that builds trust and respect over time. When I do good for its own sake, I foster a more compassionate mindset. I'm not as focused on the external rewards. Instead, I feel joy in knowing I've contributed positively, even if no one else is aware. This private kindness has an interesting ripple effect. Those around me may feel encouraged to act in the same way, to help others without needing a stage. By embodying kindness as a personal value, I create a subtle yet powerful influence, inspiring others to lead with compassion too. 10. Seek feedback wisely. Feedback is essential for growth, but I've learned that not all feedback is equally beneficial. The Stoics valued humility and self-awareness, yet they also knew that opening ourselves to everyone's opinions could cloud our judgment. Seeking feedback wisely means choosing mentors and confidants who genuinely understand my goals and have my best interests at heart. When I carefully select the sources of my feedback, I create a support system rooted in trust. I'm not swayed by every passing opinion. Instead, I'm guided by those who respect my journey and offer insights grounded in experience. This practice helps me avoid the pitfalls of trying to please everyone, which is often an impossible and exhausting task. Choosing my sources of feedback also keeps me focused. Instead of being pulled in multiple directions by conflicting advice, I can make adjustments that are aligned with my true values. This approach builds resilience. I become more confident in my decisions, knowing that the feedback I receive comes from people who understand my vision and support my growth. In doing this, I foster a growth mindset that's intentional rather than reactive. I'm actively shaping my journey, refining my approach based on insights that are relevant and constructive. By seeking feedback wisely, I stay connected to my purpose, refining my strengths without getting lost in a sea of opinions. 11. Value discretion. Choose wisely who you trust. Not every thought, goal, or challenge is meant to be shared with everyone. The Stoics believed that our inner world is sacred, a place to be shared only with those who have earned our trust. Discretion allows me to protect my boundaries, to choose carefully who I let into my inner circle. By doing this, I create a safe space where I can be vulnerable, authentic, and open without fear of judgment. Choosing who to trust isn't about being secretive or closed off. It's about honoring my own values and personal growth. When I surround myself with people who genuinely respect and support me, I feel a sense of security. I know I'm sharing with those who understand the weight of my words and who genuinely care for my well-being. Practicing discretion also cultivates self-reliance. By not needing to disclose everything, I learn to process and work through challenges internally, building a deeper sense of confidence and self-trust. I become more resilient, knowing that I don't need constant external validation to feel secure in my decisions. This principle of discretion I've found also strengthens my relationships. When I'm selective with what I share, I give those closest to me a special role in my life. They know that I trust them deeply, which builds mutual respect and strengthens the bond we share. 12. Practice strategic solitude. In a constantly connected world, solitude might seem unnecessary or even uncomfortable. But I've learned that solitude isn't about loneliness. It's about creating intentional space for self-discovery and growth. The Stoics embrace solitude as a time to reflect, to align with their values. and to cultivate a deep inner peace that can't be found in the noise of the outside world. When I take time for solitude, I allow myself to step back from daily pressures and distractions. This quiet time lets me reconnect with my true intentions and assess if my actions align with my values. By carving out space for reflection, I'm able to see my path more clearly. I gain perspective, which often reveals solutions to challenges or brings clarity to my next steps. In solitude, I'm able to explore my thoughts and emotions without external influence. This is where I learn who I am at my core, free from the expectations of others. It's a time for personal growth, for cultivating resilience, and for finding peace within myself. When I make solitude a regular practice, I develop a stronger foundation, one that supports me in all aspects of life. Solitude also enhances my relationships. By taking time to center myself, I'm able to bring more clarity and presence to my interactions. I show up more authentically, more grounded, and better equipped to handle challenges with a calm demeanor. This practice of strategic solitude, the Stoics believed, is an essential part of building inner strength, because it's only when we truly know ourselves that we can lead and inspire others effectively. As we wrap up, take a moment to imagine the impact of these principles in your own life, the quiet confidence, the focused energy, and the unshakable resilience. The Stoics teach us that true strength doesn't come from what others see, but from what we cultivate within. By embracing these timeless principles, you're not just navigating life's challenges, you're mastering them, turning each moment into an opportunity for growth. So, which principle resonates most with you? How will you start applying this wisdom? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's inspire each other to build lives grounded in purpose, resilience, and inner peace. Remember, the journey to wisdom is lifelong, but every step forward brings you closer to the strength you already hold within.
Have you ever found yourself drained after a conversation, wondering how to shield yourself from the negativity that seems to cling to you? In a world where toxic interactions can sap our energy and dampen our spirits, the ability to rise above these challenges is crucial. Imagine if you could navigate these turbulent waters with grace and resilience, transforming every negative encounter into an opportunity for growth. This journey begins with understanding and mastering the principles that fortify our mental and emotional well-being. Join us as we explore powerful strategies, from self-care practices to emotional stability, that empower us to not just survive, but thrive amidst life's adversities. Self-care practices. Engaging in self-care activities such as exercise, hobbies, and spending time with loved ones replenishes our energy and resilience, making it easier to cope with toxic interactions. Prioritizing self-care enables us to maintain our well-being amidst challenging circumstances. One notable example of the importance of self-care comes from former First Lady Michelle Obama. Throughout her time in the White House, Michelle Obama faced immense pressures and public scrutiny. Despite the challenges, she consistently emphasized the importance of self-care. She regularly engaged in exercise, notably her early morning workouts, and promoted healthy eating through her Let's Move campaign. Michelle also prioritized spending quality time with her family, which she described as her source of strength and stability. By focusing on self-care, Michelle Obama not only maintained her own well-being, but also set a powerful example for others. Her approach highlighted that even in the most demanding roles, taking time for oneself is essential for long-term resilience and effectiveness. This dedication to self-care allowed her to navigate the complexities of public life with grace and resilience, demonstrating that nurturing one's physical and emotional health is crucial in facing and overcoming toxic interactions. Incorporating self-care into our daily routines, much like Michelle Obama, helps build the resilience needed to handle life's challenges, whether it's through exercise, hobbies, or spending time with loved ones. These practices renew our energy and strengthen our ability to cope with difficult situations, ultimately leading to a more balanced and fulfilling life. Empathy and understanding. Practicing empathy allows us to understand the perspectives and emotions of others, even toxic individuals. By empathizing with their struggles, we can respond with compassion rather than reacting defensively, which can sometimes diffuse tense situations. A well-known example of empathy in action is the approach taken by Nelson Mandela during his presidency in South Africa. After spending 27 years in prison under the apartheid regime, Mandela emerged with a spirit of forgiveness and understanding. Instead of seeking retribution, he chose to empathize with his former oppressors, understanding their fears and concerns. Mandela's empathy facilitated peaceful negotiations and the establishment of a multiracial democracy. His ability to see the humanity in others, even those who had wronged him, exemplifies how empathy can transform hostile interactions into opportunities for reconciliation and healing. Seeking support. Accepting help from friends, family, or professionals strengthens resilience and fosters growth. Different perspectives offer valuable insights and solutions to overcome challenges. One prominent example is Oprah Winfrey, who has openly discussed her difficult childhood and the support she received from mentors and friends throughout her life. Oprah's willingness to seek and accept support allowed her to navigate numerous personal and professional challenges. Her story underscores the importance of a support network in building resilience and achieving success. Oprah's journey from a troubled youth to a media mogul highlights how seeking support can provide the necessary strength to overcome adversity. Solution-oriented approach. Focusing on practical solutions rather than dwelling on problems promotes resilience and creativity. Adaptability and cooperation are vital in finding effective solutions. Elon Musk exemplifies a solution-oriented approach through his work with SpaceX. Faced with numerous technical and financial challenges, Musk and his team focused on finding innovative solutions rather than getting bogged down by the problems. This mindset led to the successful development of reusable rockets, significantly reducing the cost of space travel. Musk's ability to stay solution-focused has driven advancements in technology and space exploration, demonstrating the power of a practical, forward-thinking approach. Detection of false cordiality. Recognizing signs like body language, tone of voice, consistency of behavior, and trusting intuition can protect against manipulations and foster authentic connections. Princess Diana was adept at detecting false cordiality within the British royal circles and the media. Despite the outward appearances of friendliness, Diana often faced manipulation and deceit. Her intuition and ability to read nonverbal cues helped her navigate these challenges, allowing her to form genuine connections with those who truly supported her. Diana's experiences highlight the importance of being attuned to subtle signals and trusting one's instincts to avoid manipulation. Cognitive restructuring. Cognitive restructuring involves challenging and reframing negative thoughts and beliefs that contribute to stress and anxiety. By identifying and replacing irrational or distorted thinking patterns, we can develop a more positive and resilient mindset, reducing the impact of toxic people on our mental health. cognitive restructuring played a significant role in the recovery of J.K. Rowling, the author of the Harry Potter series, from her struggles with depression. By challenging her negative thoughts and focusing on her writing, she transformed her mindset and overcame her mental health challenges. Rowling's journey from a single mother on welfare to a best-selling author demonstrates how altering our thought patterns can lead to remarkable personal and professional achievements. Focus on goals. Emotional intelligence helps maintain focus on objectives despite challenges or distractions. Self-awareness and empathy enable navigating through obstacles while keeping goals in sight. Steve Jobs, the co-founder of Apple, is a prime example of someone who maintained focus on his goals despite numerous setbacks. Jobs' emotional intelligence allowed him to understand and motivate his team, while keeping his vision for Apple clear. His resilience and unwavering focus on innovation led to the creation of groundbreaking products like the iPhone and the iPad, solidifying Apple's position as a leader in technology. Control of negative self-talk. Transforming internal criticism into positive self-image requires reframing thoughts, practicing mindfulness, expressing gratitude, and offering self-compassion. Serena Williams, one of the greatest tennis players of all time, has spoken openly about the importance of positive self-talk in her career. Williams uses affirmations and mindfulness practices to manage her thoughts and maintain a positive self-image, which has been crucial to her success on and off the court. Her ability to control negative self-talk and cultivate a strong, positive mindset has been a key factor in her enduring athletic dominance. Avoiding unnecessary arguments, concentrating on similarities, knowing when to withdraw, and replacing statements with questions help diffuse tensions and maintain peaceful interactions. The diplomatic skills of former President Jimmy Carter are a testament to the effectiveness of avoiding unnecessary arguments. Carter's approach to international diplomacy often involved finding common ground and knowing when to step back to avoid escalating conflicts. His efforts in brokering peace deals, such as the Camp David Accords between Egypt and Israel, illustrate how focusing on similarities and strategic withdrawal can lead to peaceful resolutions. Energy intelligence. Managing personal energy influences not only oneself, but also others. Practices like meditation and mindful eating positively impact mental and physical well-being. Arianna Huffington, founder of the Huffington Post, advocates for energy intelligence through practices like sufficient sleep, meditation, and mindful eating. After experiencing a collapse due to exhaustion, Huffington transformed her approach to work and well-being, emphasizing the importance of managing personal energy. Her advocacy has inspired many to prioritize their health and well-being to achieve greater productivity and fulfillment. Setting boundaries. Boundaries protect personal space and foster healthier relationships. Communicating openly about boundaries promotes mutual respect and understanding. Brené Brown, a research professor and author, is a strong proponent of setting boundaries. Brown emphasizes that setting clear boundaries is essential for cultivating empathy, compassion, and healthy relationships. Her research and personal experiences underscore the importance of communicating our limits and expectations to ensure mutual respect and understanding in all interactions. Assertive communication. Assertiveness involves expressing our needs, opinions, and boundaries clearly and respectfully. By practicing assertive communication, we can address toxic behavior directly and assert our boundaries without escalating conflicts. Malala Yousafzai, the youngest Nobel Prize laureate, exemplifies assertive communication. Despite facing life-threatening danger from the Taliban, Malala continued to advocate for girls' education in Pakistan with clarity and conviction. Her assertive communication has brought global attention to the importance of education and the rights of women, demonstrating the power of clear, respectful expression in effecting change. Forgiveness and memory. Forgiveness is about carving beauty from pain, while memory guides us to learn from past experiences without dwelling on them. Resilience grows from understanding and appreciating both. Desmond Tutu, a key figure in South Africa's anti-apartheid movement, is renowned for his emphasis on forgiveness and reconciliation. As chairman of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, Tutu advocated for forgiveness as a means to heal the nation. His belief in the power of forgiveness, coupled with a commitment to remembering past injustices to prevent their recurrence, exemplifies how forgiveness and memory can work together to foster resilience and growth. Emotional stability. Maintaining calmness and balance amidst toxic people requires mindfulness and stress management. Cultivating awareness of emotions helps develop mental resilience. The practices of the Dalai Lama provide an excellent example of maintaining emotional stability. Despite being in exile and facing political challenges, the Dalai Lama consistently practices mindfulness and stress management techniques. His ability to maintain emotional balance through meditation and a deep understanding of his emotions has allowed him to lead with compassion and resilience, serving as an inspiration to many around the world. As we navigate the complexities of our interactions and the challenges they bring, it's clear that resilience and emotional intelligence are our greatest allies. By engaging in self-care, practicing empathy, seeking support, and maintaining focus on our goals, we can build a robust foundation to withstand toxic influences. Embracing cognitive restructuring, managing our energy, and setting clear boundaries enable us to handle adversity with grace. Through assertive communication, forgiveness, and emotional stability, we transform potential conflicts into opportunities for growth and connection. Remember, the power to thrive amidst life's challenges lies within us. By cultivating these practices, we not only protect our well-being, but also inspire those around us to do the same. Together, we can foster a more compassionate, understanding, and resilient world. 10 Stoic lessons to force yourself to take action. Imagine standing at the edge of a vast, unexplored wilderness, a place teeming with potential but shrouded in mystery and uncertainty. Every step you take forward promises growth, wisdom, and fulfillment. Yet the journey is daunting, and the first step is the hardest. What if I told you that hidden within ancient texts is the key to unlocking your inner strength, propelling you forward with unwavering determination? Picture this: emperors and slaves, soldiers and scholars, all guided by a philosophy that transformed their lives: Stoicism. Today, I will share with you 10 powerful Stoic lessons that can revolutionize the way you approach your goals, turning hesitation into action and adversity into opportunity. Are you ready to ignite your inner fire and take control of your destiny? Let's embark on this journey together, uncovering the timeless wisdom that will inspire you to take meaningful action in your life. Number 1, turn challenges into opportunities. Imagine facing a formidable obstacle, a challenge that seems insurmountable. The immediate reaction might be to shy away, to retreat into the comfort of inaction. But what if we embrace this challenge instead? Stoicism teaches us that adversity is not just a hurdle, but a chance for growth and transformation. Consider the mighty oak tree, which grows strong and resilient, not in spite of the winds that batter it, but because of them. Each challenge we face is like those winds, shaping us into stronger, wiser individuals. By shifting our perception and focusing on what we can control, We harness the power within us to turn obstacles into opportunities. Instead of asking, "Oh, why me?" we can ask, "What can I learn from this?" This mindset shift is the essence of Stoicism. It empowers us to see every setback as a setup for a comeback, every failure as a step towards success. When we embrace challenges, we discover our true strength and resilience. We transform adversity into a crucible for personal development, emerging stronger and more capable. So, the next time you encounter a challenge, remember, it is not a roadblock, but a stepping stone on your path to greatness. Number 2, make good habits a habit. Imagine starting each day with a routine that energizes and prepares you for whatever lies ahead. Good habits are the foundation of a fulfilling life, and Stoicism places great emphasis on cultivating them. The key is consistency. Just as a sculptor shapes marble into a masterpiece through persistent chiseling, we can mold our lives through daily practices of mindfulness, gratitude, and discipline. Picture a garden that flourishes because the gardener tends to it every day, even if only for a few minutes. Small, consistent actions lead to significant, lasting changes. Start with one habit. Perhaps a few minutes of meditation or jotting down things you're grateful for each day. Over time, these small acts accumulate, transforming your mindset and your life. The Stoics believe that by integrating virtuous habits into our daily routines, we align our actions with our highest values, leading to a life of purpose and fulfillment. So, commit to your habits with patience and perseverance, knowing that each step brings you closer to the person you aspire to be. Number 3, develop your purpose. Through virtue, living a life of purpose begins with understanding and embodying our core values. The Stoics taught that virtues such as wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance are the pillars of a meaningful existence. Imagine your virtues as the North Star, guiding your decisions and actions. When we align our daily activities with these principles, we find a deeper sense of purpose and direction. Think of Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor, who ruled with wisdom and justice, guided by his Stoic beliefs. His actions were not random, but purposeful, driven by his commitment to virtue. By reflecting on our values and ensuring our actions reflect them, we cultivate a life rich in meaning. This alignment empowers us to make choices that are not only beneficial to us, but also contribute to the greater good. Embrace the Stoic principle of living according to virtue, and you will discover a profound sense of fulfillment and purpose in every endeavor. Number 4, begin with small steps. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. This ancient wisdom resonates deeply within Stoicism. Faced with daunting tasks or overwhelming goals, the Stoics teach us to break them down into manageable steps. Picture a mountain climber focusing on each handhold and foothold rather than the daunting peak. This approach combats procrastination and builds momentum. By starting small, we achieve incremental progress, each step reinforcing our commitment and capability. Consider a writer crafting a book, not by writing it all at once, but by completing one page at a time. This method not only makes the task less intimidating, but also ensures steady, consistent progress. Embrace the power of small steps. Each modest effort compounds over time, leading to significant accomplishments. Begin your journey today, no matter how small the step, and watch as you steadily move toward your goals with determination and resilience. Number 5, cultivate gratitude. Gratitude is a cornerstone of Stoic practice, a tool to shift our focus from what we lack to what we have. Imagine viewing your life through a lens that highlights abundance rather than scarcity. Practicing gratitude daily can transform your perspective, fostering a positive and motivated mindset. The Stoics believed that appreciating what we have, however small, enriches our lives and propels us to act with joy and contentment. Picture ending each day by reflecting on 3 things you are grateful for. This simple practice can enhance your overall well-being and motivate you to pursue your goals with renewed vigor. Gratitude not only uplifts us, but also builds resilience, enabling us to face challenges with a positive outlook. By cultivating gratitude, we create a fertile ground for growth and action, nurturing our spirit and empowering our journey towards a fulfilling life. Number 6, simplify your life. In a world cluttered with distractions, simplifying our lives allows us to focus on what truly matters. The Stoics valued simplicity, understanding that a minimalist approach brings clarity and purpose. Imagine clearing away the non-essential, creating space for meaningful activities and relationships. By eliminating unnecessary distractions and prioritizing quality over quantity, we free ourselves to act with intention. Think of a clear desk, devoid of clutter, where each item has a purpose. This clarity extends to our minds and actions, allowing us to focus on our goals with laser-like precision. Simplification is not about deprivation, but about discerning what is truly important. Embrace the Stoic principle of simplicity and watch as your life aligns more closely with your values and aspirations, enabling you to act with greater purpose and clarity. Number 7, stop procrastinating. Procrastination is the thief of time, a habit that hinders our progress and growth. The Stoics remind us that our time is finite and precious. Imagine living each day with the awareness that time, once lost, can never be reclaimed. By embracing the present moment and committing to purposeful action, we overcome the inertia of procrastination. Consider the Stoic practice of memento mori, reflecting on our mortality to inspire urgency and focus. This mindset encourages us to seize the day, to act now rather than defer our dreams and responsibilities. Picture a warrior preparing for battle, fully present and ready to engage. This is the Stoic approach to life. Engage with purpose, act with intention, and conquer procrastination. By living each moment fully, we maximize our potential and achieve our goals with vigor and resolve. Number 8, discipline yourself. Self-discipline is the bedrock of Stoic philosophy. It involves recognizing our power to control our own lives through disciplined actions aligned with our greater values. Imagine a ship navigating stormy seas, steered with unwavering focus towards its destination. Discipline keeps us on course, even amidst life's challenges. By consistently practicing good habits and exercising self-control, we develop a strong character and resilience. Think of an athlete training daily, each session building strength and endurance. This disciplined approach extends to all areas of life, enabling us to overcome obstacles and achieve our aspirations. Embrace self-discipline as your guiding principle, and you will find the strength to navigate life's storms with grace and determination, always moving towards your highest goals. Number 9, practice mindfulness. Mindfulness, the art of being fully present in the moment, is a powerful Stoic practice. Imagine a calm lake, its surface undisturbed, reflecting the world with perfect clarity. Mindfulness brings us this clarity, reducing stress and increasing focus. By incorporating mindfulness practices into our daily routine, we enhance our ability to act with intention and clarity. Consider the Stoic exercise of reflecting on the day each evening, assessing our actions and thoughts with a clear, objective mind. This practice fosters self-awareness and personal growth. Mindfulness helps us navigate the present with grace, ensuring that our actions are deliberate and aligned with our values. Embrace mindfulness and experience the peace and clarity it brings, empowering you to take meaningful action in your life. Number 10, embrace imperfection. Perfection is an illusion, a standard that can paralyze us with fear. The Stoics teach us to embrace our imperfections and see failure as a natural part of the journey. Imagine a potter shaping clay, each mistake guiding their hands towards a more refined creation. Accepting that we are not perfect allows us to take risks and act without fear. This Stoic principle encourages resilience and continuous improvement. Think of a scientist conducting experiments, each failure a step closer to discovery. By embracing imperfection, we learn and grow from our experiences, becoming stronger and wiser. This mindset frees us from the fear of failure, empowering us to act boldly and pursue our goals with confidence. Embrace your imperfections, and you will find the courage to take action and achieve greatness. These Stoic lessons are not just ancient wisdom, but practical tools that can profoundly transform your life. By embracing these principles, you can unlock personal growth, resilience, and a deeper sense of purpose. Imagine living each day with clarity, strength, and unwavering resolve, empowered by the timeless teachings of Stoicism. This is not just philosophy, it's a way of life. I encourage you to start integrating these lessons into your daily routine and witness the transformation for yourself. Now, I'd love to hear from you. Which of these Stoic lessons resonates the most with you? How do you plan to incorporate it into your life? Share your thoughts and experiences in the comments below. If you found this video helpful, don't keep it to yourself. Share it with others who might benefit from these powerful insights. Let's continue this journey together, embracing the wisdom of the Stoics and taking meaningful action towards our goals. Thank you for watching, and remember, the power to transform your life lies within you.